course, it's get some differences out here as we talk about overall size and makeup that we weigh back and forth. A yearling ewe that we're going to start with, I'm going to start right off in Grant. I wish she was level out over that top. She pinches right up in that loin just a little bit, but I think there's just so much good in this ewe. She needs to get to the top of this class in my mind. She's the widest over the top, the widest over the rump, carrying a tremendous amount of muscle down into that leg, still putting it together in a nice feminine package in my mind. Moves to the top of this class. Made a switch here in second and third. I'm going with the ewe here in second. I think follows along more similar with our first place ewe and what we talk about in that overall length of body. She's a little smoother over that top than our first place ewe, I'll grant, but she doesn't have quite the center part of muscle, I think, as our first place ewe, but a really good ewe in her own right. Really up-headed, really fancy fronted ewe here in third, and that's what got her up in my mind. The things I need to change are she's just that notch that notch shorter from nose to tail versus the two ewes ahead of her, and she gets quite a bit lower in that dock set than the two ahead of her in my mind. But I think when you talk about the overall smoothness, just an exceptional ewe in her own right. Our ewe here in fourth is a big, powerful ewe. As we talk about muscling, in my mind, she's the heaviest conditioned of these top five, and that's what's going to get her into four for me today, getting a little wastier in that bottom part of that chest for me, but a really long-bodied, heavy muscled ewe. And then a little taller framed ewe here in fifth to round out our top five. She's just giving up so much of that muscle in that leg and that last quarter versus the four ahead of her to get up any higher today in my mind. But when we talk about that extension of front end and femininity, she's a really good ewe. A good class of yearling ewes all the way down through, deserving a good round of applause.
Another nice class of Cheviot females in this junior ewe lamb class. The trio that are kind of hard to separate here at the top of the class, we're going to use probably the most fault-free ewe in the class. She's probably the best on her feet and legs, good down her top, adequate breed character, a lot of mass and dimension to this female. I really like the way the ewe in second handles down her top. She's really straight and strong down her top. I like her muscle touch and tone down her top as well as any ewe in the class. Her neck set's ideal. Just not quite as consistent off those rear wheels as what the ewes on either side of her are today. I like the ewe in third because she is a little better off her rear wheels than the ewe in second. A very youthful appearing ewe, very feminine ewe up through that front end. A ewe that we'd just like to change a little. She gets a little ewe-necked, and I'd like to make that neck sit up on top of her shoulders a little better. A big, bold sprung ewe here in fourth. A ewe that we admire the rib shape on her and the mass that she brings us. Just not quite the hip and tail set we have on the ewes right above her. Similar story on our ewe in fifth. Again, she gives up a little bit in terms of length of side to some of the ewes above her. A better headed ewe, and I like several of the Cheviot ewes we have in this class.
We get into our junior buck lambs. I think we've got a fairly complete individual to start the class with, and by no means am I going to say he's perfect. There's some things I'd certainly like to change about him. I think in terms of his soundness, he's got to win. He's easily the strongest in terms of his toes. You put him into motion, he's pretty free and easy on the go. You handle him, he's really straight and true down his top. He's probably one of the shortest fleeces out here. His staple length. Now, albeit I'd like to give him just a notch more coarseness. He's a little towards the fine end for me in terms of the Corriedale breed, but I think he's just got enough good to stand up here at the top of the class. Lamb that's really got a pretty fleece on him is standing here in second. The sheep that I need to darken up his nose and give him a notch more strength on his front toes to get him any higher in the class. He has just a notch more of a hole right there behind his shoulder than as our class winner, but again, certainly appreciate the fleece on this one. If you needed a long-bodied one, here he is in third. He's super in terms of his overall extension and length. He's nice in terms of his bone work. I need to have him handle his back end a little nicer. He gets a little finer down on his lower side for me. A big Rayleigh kind of a sheep here in fourth, one that's got an awful lot of future in terms of being a big sheep. For me, he's just a little too narrow today to be able to stand any higher than fourth at this point in time. The sheep that comes next in line, we're starting to lose some of the overall depth that we see in the sheep standing above him. He's, I'm going to read him as being one of the shallower made at this point in time of his life. Not certainly like his breed type. Would like to, again, just make him a little more massive. The ram that rounds out the class, a little easier right there behind his shoulder. He's a little higher at his hip at this point in time. A little plainer in terms of his overall fleece characteristics. But again, nice class of junior buck lambs. Congratulations, guys.
169, Sparkle. Please come to the show ring to see Debbie for your awards.
We're bringing our Rams for here for the champion Cordell Ram. I think we've got a pretty handy winner in our fall Ram Lamb. I think, just as I said in his class, he's just an awfully good one. Congratulations, young man, for bringing out a nice one. I'm going to come back here and use our second place fall for reserve. I think he most closely follows the type and kind that we have in our champion Ram, taking nothing away from our springs. Nice set of bucks.
Two individuals here in the Cheviot Slick-Sheared Ewe-Lamb class. I'm going to choose to use you a little further along in her muscle development. Shows me a little bit more strength at top. I like the extra dimension of muscle that she brings us. I prefer the front end on the second place ewe. She's a more feminine ewe up through her front 1/3, a little shallower chested. I like that about her two nice Slick-Sheared Cheviot Ewe-Lambs.
Quick, before he starts again.
As we come out here in our slick fall ewes and our Dorsets, once again a class with some differences as we talk about slick shorn. I'm starting with it, in my mind, easily the most complete ewe when we talk about how excuse me, how good she is up through the front end, how good she ties in through that shoulder, that extension up through that neck. She's really long and level about that top line. She's got some depth aside as we see her. I grant she's not the heaviest muscles we talk about right in that center part of the leg, but I don't think that's everything as we're talking about a sheep out here. I think she's a really good one to start this class with in my mind. Our ewe-lamb in second, I think, is that heavier muscle in that center part of the leg. She's really long and level. She gets a little finer in her bone work, gets a little coarser about her shoulder makeup versus our first place ewe, but a really good ewe-lamb in her own right. A little bigger bodied ewe here in third, a ewe we grant for that. She just gets a little shorter in her overall body work, gets, as we talk about, from nose to tail, not carrying quite the muscle of the ewe-lamb ahead of her to get a penny higher, but a really good ewe in her own right. Our ewe-lamb here in fourth, just giving up some of that size and scale, that bone of the ewes ahead of her to get up any higher in my mind. A ewe-lamb you like, though, when you get your hands on her and that levelness at top. Then we round out the class. Our ewe-lamb here in fifth, a really good muscled ewe-lamb. She just way too soft on those rear wheels for me to get up any higher in today's class. And then a little bigger framed ewe to round out the class. Just doesn't have the muscle or the smoothness of the front shoulder to get up any higher today for me. Let's give these exhibitors, though, a nice round of applause. A good class of ewe-lambs.
For our Cordell show, our champion ram was first place fall ram lamb, DDF 3-89, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. The reserve second place in the fall class, Peters 1317, Ellen Peters, Versailles, Ohio. For the Border Cheviots junior ewe-lamb class, first place goes to entry First place to entry 26, McGuire 4766, Cade-Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 27, Eldridge 1421, Cade-Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 20, Brooke Mazepink, Parkersburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to 24, Gavin Arvin, Congerville, Illinois. And 5 to 25, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. In the Slick Shorn Junior ewe-lamb class, first goes to entry 32, Breezeview 333, Brooke Mazepink, Parkersburg, Pennsylvania. And second to entry number 31, Moore 950, J.C. Brown, Pinckney, Michigan. Now showing in the Border Cheviot ring for champion and reserve champion ewe. Following that, we'll go right into our Suffolk show. And so, fitted senior ram lambs, Suffolk fitted senior ram lambs. Please be getting those ready.
a small but very high quality Cheviot female show we've had here this afternoon. I think we've got quality on both ends of this lineup. I think as we analyze their structure, their breed type, how their ears were put together, how they tie in down their top line, there's some real high quality individuals out here. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause. We'll go out and select our champions.
In this class of ewe lambs, really nice set here in the top 5. I sure like them a lot. I like these top 2, and I think you can switch these 2 around, be able to talk through and be okay with that. I think what it comes down to me is the ewe lamb that's going to win the class is a wider base female when we start to analyze her off of the move. And I sure like the way this female comes up through the front end. She's got a lot of power, width, and dimension into her top and out through her hip. She's got a little more muscle into the center portion of that leg. She maybe not quite as percents out quite as well as body length as the ewe lamb that's going to be in second. But when we sit back and we watch this female move, she is the widest and truest tracking off from the rear. Ewe lamb in second, I really like off the side. Really a pretty pattern. She's in great shape over as far as conditioning of that rib. But I sure, as we talked just a few minutes ago, just like to make her a little wider based. When we watch out, she wants to pop that one back leg in just a little bit, but I think that's been very critical on a very good sheep. Ewe lamb in third, I sure like off the side. She's another really pretty picture female. She's a little more rugged in her bone structure, maybe a little bigger fitted than the ewe lamb that's going to be in second. But here's a ewe lamb, when you get up on top of her, she is the narrowest of top shape, as we see in the top 3. But a female that you need to put her in third because you're very youthful about her. She's going to continue on, and she's going to look a lot like the yearling ewes we've been using today. Ewe lamb here in fourth, another nice female. Not as neat and true in through her hip and in through her dock section as the ewe lambs right above them. But here's a good female as far as shape of her shoulder, the way she comes up on top and lays it in that rack, comes out through the hip. She needs to be in fourth position. Then around the top 5 with a little shorter flank female, another nice, pretty picture female off the side. She's a little more conditioned than she needs to have over her rib, which makes her look a little rounder, a little shorter. But here's another female that very useful, will continue to grow and become extremely nice yearling ewe down the road. Real set of good ewe lambs. Let's give them another round of applause.
To the ring, please. For the Cheviots, our champion ewe went to our first place yearling ewe 05 Speldy 3441, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve went to our first place intermediate ewe lamb, entry number 13 Moore 938, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now ready to move right into that Suffolk show. We need fitted senior ram lambs.
We'll lead off in our Cordell yearling ewes. I think we've got a couple of females that surface themselves up to the top. The gal that's going to win this, she's kind of in a league of her own. She's super in terms of her breed type. She's huge in terms of her bone. She's really pretty to look at. You open up her fleece, and it's really good from front to rear. Just a handy kind of a winner. I think the ewe that most closely follows her in her type and kind, although she's a notch or two behind her in her overall development, stands here in second. Really pretty about her fleece. She's a little rounder in terms of her overall construction. Obviously not quite as long from end to end. I think of a ewe that stands here in the second hole pretty handily. Big volume ewe here in third. Again, a big boned female. She wants to get just as tick soft in terms of her rear feet. She's a little more conventional up through her front end than the 2 that are going to stand above her. Nice fleece on this ewe as well. I think maybe more of a brood ewe type instead of a show ewe, but I think she fits here into this third hole pretty handily. The ewe that comes in fourth, obviously a real long-sided ewe, a ewe that's given up some of that stoutness of bone. She's a little straighter in terms of the angulation in her hock. I'd like to change that about her. She gets just a notch plainer about her fleece. The ewe that comes next in line, excuse me, again, a little more refined. She's a little plainer yet in terms of her fleece, although it's white and bright. We certainly like that about her. And then we round out the class with a ewe that really doesn't have a whole lot of staple on her at all. Again, maybe a little harder to get some read on it. Maybe just a little more conventional and plainer about her makeup all the way around. Nice set of females. Congratulations.
Now ready for Cordale Senior ewe lambs. Cordale Senior ewe lambs, please. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Cordales, first to entry 14, Freeze 332, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to entry 16, Peters 1307, Colin Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third to entry 11, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. 4 to entry 17, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. And 5 to 13, Ellen Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Placing on the late January ewe lamb class for the South Downs. First place goes to entry number 199, Forsey, 1478, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to 209, 4023, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to 205, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 211, Grace Fry, Rochdale, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 197, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina.
Got a very respectable pair of fall ram lambs here to begin our fitted Suffolk show. I'm using the ram that I think is just a tick sounder off his front legs. He's really long and strong down his spine. Tracks around the ring just a little bit better today. I do like the added thickness down the top that we have of our second place ram. He handles with considerably more muscle down his top. Just like to change him off those front legs a little today to move him up into the top hole. A nice way to start our Suffolk show.
Placing on the Suffolk class of fitted senior ram lambs. First to entry number 2, Torrance 5813, Trevor Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Second to entry 1, McCauley 2943, Chris McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready for fitted early ram lambs. Fitted early ram lambs to the ring, please.
As we get out here in our slick Dorsey UIM class, I'm going to start with you. I think is the most complete as we do out here when we talk about that levelness at top, that length of side, carrying a lot of muscle, standing on some good feet and leg in my mind. Just a really nice shoe to start this class off. I grant she's farther along in her condition than I'd like. You of her age, but I think when we see all the good parts of this shoe, she just needs to get to the top of the class in my mind. Our UM here in second, I think follows along as similarly as any in that aspect. She's not as tall at that point of the shoulder, but when we talk about that overall length of side, that depth of side, I think need to get up there in my mind with this first place shoe. Are you here in third is a little more extreme in her aspects, but I think when we talk about the amount of muscle that she's carrying, she gets into the conversation of our top three. She gets a little finer in her bone work. Like to change some of that shape of her head for me to get her up above the 2 U's ahead of her today, but a really good U in her own right. I think our U in four follows on very similarly in that aspect. A really long-bodied, level-made U. I want to change that shape of her head a little bit as we see her out here today. Change some of the way she walks off on those rear legs versus the 3 U's ahead of her, but a really good U. And then a little bigger framed U here, really extended front ended U to round out the top of our top 5 U's. She just isn't carrying quite the muscle of the U's ahead of her right in that center part of the leg, in my mind, to get up any higher today. But when we talk about where she's at condition-wise, probably one of the better ones in our top 5 in my mind. And then as we go down the class, just some lambs that are giving up some of that overall size and scale of these top 5, but a really good class all the way down through. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
We get into our senior ewe lambs, and I think we've got a nice set of females all the way down. A little bit of a challenge here and some give and take. The ewe that wins this, obviously, she's the freight train of the class. There's nothing that can touch her in terms of her overall length of body. You put her into motion, and she wants to get a little bowed up in her top, and maybe just a tick narrow on the go. I'm not sure that she's not the kind of sheep that if we turned her loose and let her go, she might travel a little nicer than she does held. She's certainly, again, the longest topped, nice about her feet and legs, certainly nice about her breed type. She's very adequate in terms of her fleece. I think just all the pieces are there, maybe just not really what you want as far as one that's just going to take an excellent picture, but you really can't fault her in any way, shape, or form other than she maybe just doesn't have a whole lot of presence. The ewe that certainly has a lot of presence because she's constantly on the go is going to stand here in second. I'll read her as being a little earlier in her kind, maybe not going to be as big at the maturity, not that that's the most important thing in life. For me, she just doesn't have enough length of body to really compete with this ewe that's going to win this class. Really nice in terms of her footwork and her fleece. I think she's a pretty handy kind of a second. A sheep that's obviously a little more youthful appearing is going to stand here in third. A ewe that maybe gives up some of the strength, the toes that we see in the 2 that are going to stand above her. I think she's very adequate and nice about her fleece and her breed type. Again, maybe just gives up some of the overall punch in terms of just construction and design that we see that are going to, in those 2 that stand in above her. Kind of a last minute switch here in these 2. The ewe that's going to stand here in 4th, I think just overpowers the ewe in 5th in terms of her overall length of body, particularly out through her hind saddle. Excuse me. She's a little more extended in her lines. I read the ewe in 5th as being just a little rounder out through her hip than is this girl here. But again, nice ewes all the way down. Congratulations.
Ready for Corderdale January ewe lambs. On the Dorsets, we're now showing Slickshorn Champion ewe. Your next class will be for Grand Champion Poll Dorset ewe. So we'll need the Fitted Champion in reserve and the Slickshorn Champion in reserve at that time. After that, we'll have State Flock, and that consists of 1 ram lamb, 1 yearling, and 2 ewe lambs. And that's with multiple owners according to the catalog.
As we see our six Slickshorn ewes out here today. Yeah, tongue tied. You like that? All right. I think a really high quality ewes as we view them out here. Ewes I appreciate for their overall length of body. They have a lot of muscle in them, but they still have some eye appeal. And once again, we talk about that as we add in the show ring component of that. That's important as well. But I think they do it in a feminine way, carrying a lot of muscle. You can go a couple different ways, but to me, there's 2 ewes that we liked, as we saw earlier today, and I'm going to go out and congratulate your champion reserve and your slick females, but let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Poll Dorset Slickshorn ewe winter and spring ewe lamb class. First place to entry 130. Heiserdorfer Dorsets of 4007. Brianna Knettel of Greenfield, Illinois. Second place to 126 SSL 13425 Brooke Kirchhoff, Bern, Indiana. Third to 125 Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. 4 to 128, Allison Smith, Emporia, Kansas, and 5 to 137, Kaylee Verhage, Argus, Indiana. Placing on the Cordell Senior ULAM class, first to entry 26, Craig 1330, Alec Wibben of New Holland, Illinois. Second place to 22, RC 227, Caitlin Stillion of Lore City, Ohio. Third to 18, Ellen Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to 25, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. 5 to entry 21, Colin Peters, Versailles, Ohio.
We've talked about these four doors that you use out here enough times, and I've walked through them and handled them enough. I don't think we need to prolong this any. I think, as you see, these are four really powerful ewes, really good ewes in my mind. I'm really happy with seeing the four of them out here. I would assume the Dorset breeders are too. I think these are good representations of the breed. As we talk about strong females that got a lot of rib, got a lot of muscle. They got some really good breed character as well as we see them out here today. Standing on a lot of bone and good structure, just a really good set of females all the way through our Dorset show today. I think the exhibitors and breeders should be really commended for what they brought out here today for me to sort through. Let's give all of them a big round of applause. I'm going to go out and select our champion reserve females overall in our Polled Dorset show.
Grand champion Polled Dorset ewe came out of our first class of fitted yearling ewes. Entry number 27, Pine Ridge, Dorset's 13032, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve champion was our reserve senior champion, came out of that same early fitted yearling ewe class. Entry 35, Pope 172, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmago, Illinois. Also, we'd like to announce the National Polled Dorset ULAM Futurity Final placings. In fifth place, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois, with Spildy 89.82. In fourth, Cameron Allison, Hemlock, New York, with Freechy family 5.16. Third, Emily Ellison, Newport, Tennessee, with Valley View 0089. In second, Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut, with Verhage 4503. And the winner is Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Bradford Jensen Partnership 0350. Those winners need to come over to the show ring, see Deb Hopkins to get their awards. We are now ready on the Polled Dorset ring to show State Flock. Polled Dorset State Flock to the ring, please.
We get into our January ULAMs for the Cordell breed, and again, there's not one out here that just absolutely fills the bill for me. I think the most complete individual standing up here at the head of the line. She's certainly big in terms of her bone, her frame. She's got some rib to her. Excuse me. Is she the most ideal in terms of her fleece? Probably not for me. She wants to get just a tick easy on her back wheels. I'd like to change that about her. The ewe that comes next in line shortens up considerably in terms of her overall body length, particularly up there through her hind saddle. Obviously not quite the frame and the development at this point in time of her life. I think her biggest advantage is that she's got a really nice fleece. I certainly like that about her. The ewe that comes next in line a little longer in terms of her overall makeup. She's getting a little more shallow up there, heart and chest floor, and carrying out into her rear flank. Like to change that. Again, she's one of the ewes that's got a nice fleece. She's got a little more yoke to it, so maybe not quite as attractive at this point in time. Then the ewe that we round out the class Again, another nice fleece ewe. She's a little higher at her hip than she is at her shoulder at this point in time of her life. Maybe doesn't handle her hind legs quite as smoothly on the go, but again, a nice set of females.
A nice top end here to this Suffolk Junior Ram Lamb class. Certainly some differences, and so we get to place our priorities where we want, and then try to find some we can hang our hat on. I like the sheep that wins this class. I think that we could sell a lot of Suffolks in a lot of different ways that are built like this one. He's really good down his top. He's tremendously wide, really, really good on his feet and legs. Just really thick from that last rib back, wide out over that tail set, and certainly very smooth shouldered, even though he's got a little bit more width and dimension through that chest than the ram in second. He's laid in really neat and clean through that lower shoulder. Ram in second, I love the profile on this sheep, very extended ram, a little bit longer sided ram than the ram we start the class with. Doesn't have quite that dimension down his top that we have in our first place individual, but of the top few rams out here, he too is one of the sounder ones we have to work with, and I appreciate him for that. A larger frame rear in third. Of the larger frame sheep that we have in this class, he's more nearly sound on his feet and legs, got a little bit more muscle working down his top, so he works up into that third row rather nicely. A nice top end of this Junior Ram Lamb class.
Placing on the Cordell January ewe lamb class, first to entry 32, Wolf 029, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to 31, RC 140, Jordan Vineyard of Blue Rock, Ohio. Third to 33, Grant Hunter, Brighton, Tennessee. And 4 to 30, Lee Beth Faulkner of Union City, Tennessee. Placing on the fitted early Ram Lambs for the Suffolk show. First place to entry for Macaulay 2942, Chris Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 12, Parsley Suffolks 1408, Catherine Parsley, Sheridan, Indiana. Third to entry 5, Allie Begg of Findlay, Ohio. 4 to entry 6, Abigail Burns of Flora, Indiana. And 5 to entry 3, Allie Begg, Findlay, Ohio. Suffolk exhibitors, following the class that's in the ring, the late fitted Ram Lamb class, we will show for fitted champion Ram Lamb and reserve. And then we'll go into the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class. And then we'll do the overall grand champion Ram. For the Pole Dorset, our state flock results, first to Illinois, second to Tennessee. Now in the Horn Dorset ring, we have our Horn Dorset Fall Ram Lambs. On deck, we'll be showing the Winter Ram Lamb class. Next class for our Cordell show will be for Champion and Reserve Champion U, then Best Headed Individual, Best Fleece, and then State Flock. So, Romney exhibitors, please be getting ready your rams. Senior Ram Lamb will be first.
As we start out our Horn Dorset show, three really big, powerful rams in this class. I'm starting with a ram that's really long-bodied, really level in his makeup. As you get your hands on the width, the loin, and that amount of muscle he's carrying down into that leg, just a really good sound buck to start this class. I'd like to maybe free up his front track as he's moving on around the ring, but I think just a really exceptional ram to start this class with. I think a ram here in second follows along as we talk about length of side and straightness over that top, that goodness. Boldness to that rib. He's just not quite as wide over that loin as our first place ram to get up any higher in this class. A nice ram to round out the class. If I could, I'd like to change the horn set in this ram, make it a little wider as we view him out here. We'll give him a little more muscle versus the two ahead of him, but an extremely good class of rams all the way down through. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
I apologize for taking quite a while to do this class, but I understand there's probably about 58 of them. So you need to get through and sort them out a couple different times and be happy where you're at. I think the top four here, the top five extremely powerful, especially in these top three. And you can switch them around and talk them all that you want to, but I think when it comes down to it, they got some little differences. But the female that I'm going to use has the more of a look that I'm looking for when we start to analyze her up through the front end. She's extremely attractive, extremely neat, but she's got some boldness of rib, and she's got some width of top and width of hip. She doesn't overpower you per se, maybe then you may be in third, but here's a female that's extremely nice in her line. She's deepened up in her rib, deepened up in her flank, and she's going to continue on, in my estimation, to be a powerful female on through her show career. Boy, I sure love her when you get out back behind her and you look at her hip structure. The ewe in second is probably one of my favorites as far as the side profile. She doesn't come out of the top of her shoulder quite as well as either ewe lamb on either side, but here's a female that's really got a nice foot size. She's got a good bone makeup. And then you get right into her, you like the way she shapes in through her rack, in through her loin, she comes out through her hip. And I like the way she percents out from flank to flank more so than I do the ewe lamb that's in third. Ewe lamb in third, I do like the way she comes out of the top of her shoulders more so than the one in second. She's a little shorter from flank to flank. She's a little more planar in her bone structure. When you get back behind her, we don't have quite as much dimension and muscle in through the twist and down to the center portion of that leg maybe as we see in the top winner. But an awfully good female to be in third. The ewe lamb in fourth has a lot of natural width and base to her, has a lot of capacity to her. She gets to be a little bit more rounder in her shoulder. I'd sure like to just extend her up, make her a little more feminine, maybe up into that front end. But another awfully good female. The ewe lamb in fourth, a little longer spine female. When we start to analyze her, maybe the one right above her, but we don't have as much power when we get back behind her as we see in the ewe lambs right above her. But another awfully good one. I congratulate all of you for having a great set of females in this particular class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Lambs here for the Cordell breed, and I think again the future of the Cordell yearling ewes next year I think is just going to be outstanding. If this is any indication, kudos to you guys for kind of bringing back some of the old style fleeces. We don't have a whole lot of 62s and 64s out here as far as grades, and so congratulations to you guys as breeders. Certainly glad to see that. I think we've got an awfully good one to lead out the pack here, really again in terms of her bone and her footwork, her top and her volume, her fleece. She's kind of a nice winner for me. As we moved her around the ring, she got more and more relaxed out here, so it was easier to look at her. When she first came out, she was all bowed up, but she's kind of calmed down and become a sheep again, so I think a pretty handy kind of a winner. You here in second, super long in terms of her design. She gets a little easier up there on her front toes as we stand out here a little longer. She gives up obviously some of the rib and the volume that we see in this class winner. Nice fleece on her. You that's here in third probably is going to be of these top three, would be the best fleece. She's got more look to it, more character. Certainly appreciate that. She's just a little more refined in her overall design. I need to see a little more mass in sheep. Same could be said for the next ewe. Again, another nice fleeced ewe. She's just given up some of the overall length of body. The ewe that rounds out our top five, really a nice solid made kind of a female. Again, just gives up some of the overall look and design that we see in these four above her. Nice set of females. Mark's been waiting back.
Nice set of Suffolk Junior buck lambs here. I like the pair at the top of this class quite a bit. I like the ram in first. I really like his bone work. I like the angle of his hock. He sits down on a little bit bigger foot. Again, strong down his top. Really like the way his neck cups some out of his shoulder. Got a little bit more blown apart there over his hip and loin than several of the rams out here in the top five. So I really like some of the dimension about this ram, yet he's got a lot of look when you view him from the side. A very angular, more extended ram in second. I like that about him. A real trim-fronted ram. I like that as well. A lamb with a lot of future. If I'm going to be critical of this sheep, I'd like to maybe change the angle of his hock just a little bit. But as you handle him down his top, he's got a surprising amount of muscle and thickness there. He's shown in quite a bit shorter fleece than several of the rams we have out here in this class today. A big, rugged, stout, massive buck is the buck in third. Like the bone on him, like the foot on him. just a little piecier in his construction relative to the two that we got above him. Tie him together just a tick better down his top and off that hip, and we could run with him a little further. Again, one of the larger frame rams of the top group is the ram in fourth. I like the extra mass and dimension that he brings us. I'd just like to change him out over his tail set relative to the top rams at the top of the class today.
As we see our two Dorset horn rams out here, I'm starting with what I think is just a smoother about the front end, smoother about that top, and in my mind, this ram, as we get him out here today, and then when you get your hands on him, he's really good handling. He's still a youthful ram. I think he's got some growing to him. I grant I'd like to get those horns away from his face as we see him today. That's a little bit of concern for me, but I think there's just so much good in this ram. He needs to win this class. Really big, bold, ribbed ram here in second. I appreciate him for that. He's really level about that body. He just gets too coarse about that makeup. That front end gets a little shorter about that neck versus our first place ram. But two really nice rams in their own right.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 4, Paul R. Castle, PR 78ET, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Second to entry 5, Paul R. Castle, 4167 TW, shown by Connor Martini, Canal, Winchester, Ohio. Placing on the Cordell February and later Lamb class, first place to 38, Wolf 035, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second place to 48, Morris 936, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. Third place to entry number 36, Colin Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to 41, Madeline Jehuka of Colorado Springs, Colorado. And fifth place to entry number 47, Leah Beth Faulkner of Union City, Tennessee.
Lone entry here in a Horn Dorset Ram class, but I think a really good ram. It could have stood a lot more competition in my mind out here today. He's really up-headed. He had a lot of extension to that front end. He's really long and level about that body makeup. Just a nice ram to be our sole entry in this class.
Going to be ready for, that's your placing there, there's no switch on. That one and then call for.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 6, Shots 1294, Christina Shots, Quincy, Ohio. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ram for the Horn Dorsets. Placing on the class of Suffolk fitted late Ram Lambs, first place to 13, Livermore family, Suffolk 56214, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. Second to 16, Ruby Mountain Sheep 1418, Gabriella Leone of Fowler, Colorado. Third to 14, Jacqueline Olkey of Barrett, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry number 17, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 5 to 22, Anthony Knabel of Antioch, Illinois. Placing on the class of...
And this, picking our champion Suffolk fitted ram here, we've got 6 rams out here that I certainly appreciate. Particularly in this first place lineup, we've got rams that are tremendously sound. They're rams that got some thickness, they got some bone, some strength down their spine. Just 3 really good kind of bucks. Let's put our hand together and congratulate these exhibitors. We'll go out and select our champion ram.
really nice Cordell female show here. For those of you that are standing around, put your hands together for these exhibitors. They brought out a tremendous set of females, and the Cordell is celebrating a pretty hefty landmark in terms of just sheer numbers of being around it, and it's certainly good to see that the breed has endured and hopefully gotten better. Maybe not exactly the sheep that was deemed ideal at the time, but what was ideal 100 years ago is certainly not ideal today. So kudos to you guys, and thanks to Marcia for heading up this group of people. Done a nice job. We'll go out and make our champion ewe. I think there's nobody else that can get around her but this yearling ewe. Congratulations. It becomes a closer race as far as our reserve. I think there's a couple of females out here that in my estimation could get it done. We're going to use this fall ewe lamb right here. I think an awfully good one as well. Thank you guys. Congratulations.
Not a large number in our ram show here, in our Horn Dorset show, but I think really good quality show as we see these 5 rams out here and the things they exemplify. As we talk about the breed, I think they're good-bodied, heavy muscle rams, rams that are standing on some good feet and legs, and have some excellent breed character as we move forward. I have 2 out here, and I'll go out and select those right now. But let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Bring out a nice set of rams in our Horn Dorset show.
For the Cordales, the grand champion ewe was first place yearling ewe, entry 14, phrase 332, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Reserve was first place senior ewe lamb, entry 26. ANA 18, Alec Wibben of New Holland, Illinois. For the Horn Dorset, our champion ram was the first place fall ram lamb, Paul R. Castle, 6695, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. And the reserve grand champion, first place spring ram lamb, entry number 6, Schatz, 1294, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. placing on the early February Southdown U Lambs. First place in that class went to entry 236, Forsey E14170ET, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to entry 237, Forsey E14184, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third place to entry number 219, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Fourth place to 239, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. And fifth place to entry 248, Marissa Bilyeu of State College, Pennsylvania.
Challenging class of Suffolk slick-sheared ram lambs. The ram that I choose to win the class, certainly the heaviest muscled ram in the class. A lot of expression of muscle. I like that expression he's got down his top and out through that lower third of his leg. Certainly a ram that's not sound enough on his rear wheels to feel real comfortable with him in that first hole real long. I like the ram in second for his length of side and his balance. He is better off his rear wheels, but he's not a lot better on his front wheels. So we've got some issues in these top three. The ram in third is certainly a massive ram, a big old stout boned ram. You admire that about him. But with that, he gets awful coarse and PC for me to feel any better about moving him any further up the line. A taller frame, more angular ram next in line. Again, a ram with some muscle expression when you get around behind him, but just a bit frailer in his bone work and doesn't tie together quite as well. The last ram in line, certainly a ram that's not carrying the condition that the other rams were, but probably a ram that has some advantages on his feet and legs that some of the others don't.
Four really good horn Dorset yearling ewes as we see them out here today. I'm starting with the two ewes up at the top. I think are the most complete, most fault-free ewes in my mind. Starting with Notch, a longer-bodied ewe in here, and first a ewe, when you see her from the side view, she's just extremely, extremely long. As we view her nose, the tail, and coming out here, she's standing on some good feet and legs. I'd probably give her, I'm stouting her up in her bone just a little bit for me, but I think overall just a really exemplary ewe to start this class with. I think our ewe in second follows along very similar in that aspect. That rib shape, she's carrying a little more condition, getting a little more coarse about that front end versus our first place ewe to get ahead of her, but a really good, bold sprung ewe to sit here in second. Kind of a fancy ewe here in third, a ewe that's, I'll grant's probably one of the longer bodied as we view her out here today. I just need to change how she walks off those rear legs. She gets a little softer on those pasterns, walking a little more narrow for me today to get up any higher. And then a brood ewe here in fourth to round out the class of ewe, like for the depth of side. She's just getting a little farther along in her condition versus those ewes ahead of her to get up any higher today in my mind. But a nice class of horn Dorset yearling ewes.
For the Cordell Show, best headed individual went to entry number 39 out of the February and later ewe lamb class, Bach 4-44, Leah Beth Faulkner of Union City, Tennessee. For the Horn Dorset Show, in the yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 11, Paul R. Castle 6541, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. Second to entry 9, TAC 6483, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. Third to entry 7, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 4 to entry number 8, Katie, Nikki, and Eddie Muir of Sheridan, Indiana.
two kind of dissimilar ewes out here in our Slick Show and Pro Horn Dorset show. I'm starting with you. I think it's just smoother in her overall makeup. She's a little better handling. If we talk about where she's at condition-wise, I'll grant overall frame size, she's a notch smaller than our second place ewe. But I think when you talk about that smoothness atop, that levelness out over the dock, it's what's going to get her to the top of the class for me as we see her out here today. I grant that our second place ewe is a really bold ribbed ewe, bigger in that hip area. She just for me, getting a little wastier as we talk about in that front end and down in that lower body versus our first place ewe, but two good ewes in their own right.
Certainly has been a pleasure evaluating the Junior Cordell Show here today. We're going to wrap up with the state flock. Only one representative here, and certainly a very good representative and very well deserving. Congratulations again to all the youth here exhibiting their Cordells. Congratulations.
Placing on the best fleece class for the Cordales, that goes to entry number 22, RC227, Caitlin Stillion of Lower City, Ohio, on a senior ewe lamb. Now showing state flock for the Cordales. Your next class will be the Romneys. And in the Romneys, your first class is senior ram lambs. Now need Romney. Romney, senior ram lambs to the ring. Romney.
Start off our Romney show with our senior class. Unfortunately, just 2 entries here. The colored Romney Ram has the age advantage. He's an October lamb versus the white sheep is February, and so, excuse me, he's obviously, we expect him to be larger at this point. Not only is he larger, I think he's nicer up through his front end. He's certainly stronger on his toes as he moves about the ring. He obviously has more staple length at this point in time, and it's a good dense fleece, really uniform from front to rear. The white ram, again, really very youthful in his appearance, as he well should be. He's got a nice fleece as well. Again, maybe just strengthening him up just a notch would possibly move him up the line.
Placing on the Junior Romney Show's Senior Ram Lamb class. First place to entry 1, Brutus, LH3154, Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Second to entry 2, EC Plank, 1280, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
As we see out here in our Warren Dorsey U class, I'm sort of with you, Lamb. Grant's probably not the biggest as we talk about frame size in our top 5 out here, but I think she's the smoothest made. She's really correct about that front end. She's standing really straight and true on those legs, and that's what really fires her up to the top of the part of the class in my mind. And then I think she's the most level as we view her from behind out over that dock. Just a really good, smooth ewe to start this class with in my mind. A little taller ewe here in second. I'll grant her of that. A ewe that just doesn't lay in as smooth in that front end. To me, in our first place ewe, it tapers a little more as we view her from the rear versus that first place lamb, but a really good ewe in her own right. A really big ribbed ewe here in third that we like for that. I thought about using this ewe for a while up higher in the class. For me, though, I just need to change how she comes off those rear legs, how she sets in that rear end for me versus the 2 ewes ahead of her to get up any higher, but a really bold sprung ribbed ewe here in third. And then we round out in our ewes here in fourth and fifth. Ewes that just aren't quite as smooth in their overall makeup. I use the ewe here in fourth, I think, is just a little better as we get our hands on her versus our ewe in fifth. Gets a little more common, especially up through that front end as we view it, but a really nice class all the way down through a nice class of Horn Dorset ewes.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Early Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 18, Gadsby, 1310, Hunter Windland of Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to entry 19, Route 736TR, Connor Martini of Canal Winchester, Ohio. Third to entry 17, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. 4 to 16, Jared Martini of Canal Winchester, Ohio. And 5 to 15, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
We get into our Romney Junior Ram Lambs, and we've got an awfully good individual to start with. It doesn't matter what breed he is. He's made right. He's exciting to look at. He's huge in terms of his bone work, really extended up through his top, or up through his front, and extended down his top. He's really long-sided. And you open up his fleece, and it's really, really nice. Lots of character, luster, and very uniform. A pretty handy kind of a winner. The black ram that's going to stand here next, obviously a notch behind him in terms of his overall maturity. Excuse me, again, another very extended lamb up through his front end. He's not as long down his side. He's really nice about his fleece. Doesn't have quite the bone in the frame to really run with this sheep that's going to stand above him. White ram that comes next in line is a little lower fronted. He's a little plainer about his overall makeup. Certainly very nice about his fleece. If we could, we'd like to darken up his nose just a notch to make him really stand out there, but we can't do that. And we run into the next lamb, excuse me, a lamb that just shortens up considerably in terms of his overall profile. He doesn't have quite the character to his fleece. And then we round out with the colored ram. He's a little lower set yet. Certainly you'll have to appreciate the volume he brings to us. He's finer in terms of his grade, and maybe not quite as unique in his fleece structure, but nice class of bucks.
As we're out here for our senior champion drive on our Horn Dorset show, 6 ewes out here that have some differences, and I understand that somewhat comes from where we found ourselves with the amount of numbers that we had out here, but I think there's still a good sound ewes that got some real spring to that ribs and real depth to that side, some overall length to body and some muscling. I think a really nice set all the way through out here, but once again, there's some differences, and I understand that, but we're going to go out here and select our champion reserve. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. We're on some nice senior ewes.
Placing on the Romney Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 6, Thistledown 416, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to entry 3, Thistledown 423, Ethan Kennedy. Third to entry 7, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to entry 5, Ethan Plank. And fifth place to entry number 4, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Nearly the entire ram show represented out here in our champion drive, which is good. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of numbers, but I think we've got a buck that wins this pretty handily for me in our junior ram lamb. Congratulations, young man. We're going to follow him up with our second place junior ram lamb, taking nothing away from our seniors. I think a strong division. Congratulations.
Now ready for Best Fleeced Ram for the Romneys. Best Fleeced Ram. For our champion ram and reserve champion ram, they both came out of our junior ram lamb class for the Romneys. First was our champion 06 on the entry, Thistledown 416, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The reserve was second in that class, 32 for the 03 for the entry. Thistledown 406, also Ethan Kennedy. For the Horn Dorsets, our senior champion Horn Dorset ewe was our early fall ewe lamb. Entry number 18, Gadsby 1310, Hunter Windland of Shakopee, Minnesota. The reserve champion was our first place yearling ewe. Entry number 11, Paul R. Castle 6541, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. Now ready to show late fall ewe lambs. Horn Dorset late fall ewe lambs.
just a lone entry in this class in our Horn Dorset show, and that's a real shame because I think we have an exceptional ewe here in her own right. Really long and level in her overall makeup, standing on good feet and legs, some good breed character. Just an exceptional ewe to come out here as our sole entry in this class.
Our best fleeced ram for the Romney show goes to entry number 6 out of the junior ram lamb class. That was our champion ram as well. Entry 6 is Thistledown 416, shown by Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Now ready for yearling ewes. Romney, yearling ewes to the ring, please. Placing on the Horn Dorset late fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry 21, Paul R. Castle 6729, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. Do want to announce our National Horn Dorset ewe lamb futurity final standings. In fourth place, Nikki Muir, Sheridan, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle W 6697. In third, Addison Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with Kendrick C 102. In second, Joey Crawford with Sync 170P. And our national winner, Jackson Crawford with Sync 171P. See Debbie Hopkins over at the show ring for your awards.
good group of ewe lambs out here in our Horn Dorset show. Just a really big topped ewe. Ewe with a lot of muscle up over that top and down to that lower leg to start this class with, in my mind. As you view her from the side, she's really got some depth to that body, standing on a big foot all the way through. Just a really nice ewe. If I could, I'd like to change the horns there on this ewe a little bit, I grant that, but I think all in all, just a really nice ewe to start this class with. There, ewe in second follows along very similarly in that aspect as we talk about good length to side, as we talk about she just isn't, when we handle her, quite as wide over that top, not quite as big right in that center part of that leg as our first place ewe, but a really good ewe lamb in her own right. Ewe lamb here in third follows along very similarly in that aspect. She gets a little finer in her bone work, gets a little farther along in her condition versus the two ewes ahead of her, but a really good ewe all the way through. Then as we round out the class, two ewes are just getting a little coarser about their front end, not walking out as straight and true as these ewes ahead of them. I'm starting with a ewe here. In fourth, it's just a little deeper as we view it from the side, a little bolder about that rib than our fifth place ewe, but a really good class all the way down through.
We come into our yearling ewes here for the Romney Show, and I think, again, we've got some good ones all the way down. Yeah, that walks out here to win this thing pretty handily. She's just super feminine. You put her into motion, and she's just a dream to watch walk. She kind of trots out there, but it's still very fluid and smooth. You put your hands on her, extremely good down her top. Beautiful fleece on her, nice set of feet and legs. Nothing can do with her but win with her. The ewe that's here in second, she's a little more massive about her head. She's not quite as pretty to look at. She's certainly a big, robust ewe, maybe taller at the point of her shoulder. Again, she's maybe just not quite as nice up through her front end, maybe not quite as unique and nice about her fleece characteristics. She has to stand here in second. She simply overpowers the colored ewe that's coming in next in line. A ewe that maybe shortens up a little bit in terms of her overall profile as compared to the two white ewes that are going to stand below her, but I think she's nicer about her balance. She's certainly cleaner up through her front end. She's nice about her fleece. Again, we give up just a little bit of the link punch that we see in those two white ewes. Both of them, I need to change them up through their front end and brisket to clean them up just a notch. And then we round out the class with a really extended black ewe. Just not quite enough of her there today to compete with these other females. But again, you got to love that neck and extension she shows us. Congratulations.
A very strong class of Suffolk-fitted yearling ewes. We've got three ewes at the top of this class that are awfully good. We could sit and analyze these all day and have our differences, but I think that you wouldn't be wrong with whichever one you want to go with. I like the ewe in first place. She's really sound on her feet and legs. She's tremendously strong down that top. She's got a lot of width and spring to her, yet she's not carrying as much condition as several of the other ewes out here. You handle her down her top, and you'll be pleased with when you do. The ewe in second, I like the bone on this ewe. She's probably one of the stouter featured of the top three. Really massive and wide as you handle her as she starts to come back. A long-sided, long hind-saddled female out over that hip. The ewe in third place, a really deep-sided ewe, a ewe that's deep from flank to flank, a ewe that really tracks wide. I like that about her. Not quite as fancy through her front end maybe as the two ewes that we have above her, but that's being critical of an awfully good ewe. Probably the largest framed ewe in class is a ewe in fourth, a big upstanding ewe, one of the bigger ewes that we'll have here today, a ewe that I really like for a lot of those pieces, just doesn't track quite as consistently off the rear legs as the three ahead of her. The ewe in fifth is a ewe that's a very attractive ewe, again a real wide tracking ewe that's a big rugged ewe. She wants to get a little higher in her flank. I'd like to level her out in her underline just a little bit, but a strong class of Suffolk fitted yearling ewes.
Here in the South Down Ring, another outstanding group of females to evaluate. We've got good females all the way down. The ewe lamb that I'm going to start off the class, for me, easily does so. I like the pattern she has. I like the body lines that she carries from top to bottom. Extremely good-footed, good bone, really a stout-made type of female, but very feminine in her structure. I like the length of spine she has and the length of hind saddle she carries into her with the rib shape that she carries from the top all the way down, and especially that muscle and shape that she has out through that dock and down through the center portion of that leg. For me, she kind of comes to the top in a very tough class. The ewe lamb in second, we got another nice female, maybe not quite as flashy or pretty as the ewe lamb is going to win the class, but very similar when you start to analyze the design that she has through that front end, in through the rack and into that loin. She comes out with a really level dock area, and a lot of natural thickness into that twist and down through that lower quarter. I sure like that about her. Maybe not quite as stout as the Elam in the winter, but for me, I like to see her in second. Elam in third. Really an eye-peeling lamb off the side. And I think when we start looking at the Elam in third and we get into fourth, she just excels when we start to analyze her out through her hip. She's better out through the dock. Yeah, it has a little more natural thickness into that twist than we see in the Elam. It's going to be in fourth, and I think that's what really breaks these two apart. I do like the Elam in fourth's rib shape just a little bit better, but we just sure need to change that rump structure, give her a little bit more natural thickness as we analyze her out through that hip to be able to get her today any higher. But an awfully good one. The next Elam, kind of a really capacious type of ewe when we're analyzing her. She starts to want to round a little bit too much for me into that shoulder. We don't see her quite coming together as well through the shoulder into that rack as we do the ones right ahead of her, carrying a little more condition as we see than the Elams right above her. But another awfully good. In and around off this, I thought this Elam here in 6 was awfully good also. We sure have a long spine sheep, maybe a little neater in through that shoulder than the one right above her, but we need to change her rump structure just a little bit in order to move any higher. An awfully good class of Elams. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
I think you've got 43.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Late Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 21, PRC Paul R. Castle, 6'7", Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. Placing on the Romney Junior Yearling Ewes, first place goes to entry 11, Thistledown 301, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to entry 13, Little Hooves 396, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third place to 10, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to 9, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And fifth place to 14, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Here on the Horn Dorset Show, starting with the Elam, as you see her out here, maybe you don't want to immediately find her to go to the top of the class, and then you just keep looking at this ewe. There's not a hole here, there's not a hole there, there's not a hole really anywhere in this Elam, and that, in my mind, is what gets her to the top of the class. I grant she could probably be a notch longer, especially in comparison to the two ewes behind her in her overall length of body. When you talk about rib shape and how she ties in through that front end, that levelness in her design. And then the thing that really gets her is when you get her out on the move, she's one of the freest moving in our top group up here in my mind, and that's what's going to get her to the top of the class in my mind. Once again, our ewe here in seconds, just a notch longer, but in her overall body, she gets a little shallower in her makeup, gets a little finer in her bone work versus our first place ewe, but a really good ewe, lamb in her own right. A really long-bodied ewe here in third, and for that reason I had her up towards the top in my mind for a long time. My difficulty with this ewe lamb is when you get her out on the walk. She's the widest walk, and she flares and gets down in those rear legs more than I would like in my mind, especially in comparison to the two ewes ahead of her. But when we talk about that overall length of side and that levelness in her makeup, I think she needs to be in that top part of the class very easily. A big bold ewe here in fourth, a ewe I appreciate for that. She's getting farther along in her condition versus these ewes ahead of her in my mind. To move up any higher today makes her look a little coarser in her overall makeup versus these ewes, but I think a very feminine ewe, or excuse me, a very broody type ewe in her own right. And then as we come down, our ewe lamb here in fifth just running a little too downhill for me, getting a little plainer in her overall makeup versus the ewes ahead of her to get up any higher. And then just I'd like to change our sixth place ewe here, how to track off her rear legs, but I think a really good ewe all the way down through a great class of ewe lambs.
We get into our earlier are senior ewe lambs. I guess these are the seniors. We've got an awfully good one to start off with. Really big in terms of her bone, good in terms of her breed type, super about her fleece, a pretty handy kind of a winner. Young lady's ewe that comes here second in line, giving her a little bit of fits, but she's sure hanging on, and congratulations to you. She's an awfully nice fleece, kind of a female, really long in terms of her makeup. I think she stands here in second pretty handily. The black ewe that comes next in line, we're getting a little narrow, maybe not quite as uniform from front to rear in terms of our fleece. The same could be said with the second grayer ewe, a ewe that maybe is a little easier up there through her top line. Then we round out the class with the white ewe. The white ewe just a little more common about her fleece, not a whole lot of grade or a whole lot of character or crimp to it. Nice set of ewe lambs though.
Thank you.
Only 3 Suffolks here in this fall ewe lamb class, but guys, these are 3 pretty good ewes. I think they could take a lot of competition. I'm assuming they've all 3 done a fair bit of winning because they certainly would deserve to do so. I'm using this ewe that likes to get around the ring pretty well. She's a ewe that handles with the most meat and muscle to me when I lay my hands on her. Yeah, she's got a tad more cover on her than some of the other ones, but there's a lot of red meat in this one. We get into our ewe in second. I like the fact that she's a little more up-fronted. I like the fact she runs uphill. A ewe that's a little trimmer in her condition, a little piecier down her top probably than the ewe I started the class with. I like the ewe in third as well. As you analyze her from that last rib back, she's wide, she's square, she's got some thickness about her. She's just a little more conventional through her front end than the ewe we have right ahead of her. But again, this is a nice group of fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to entry number 24, Sync 179PET, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Second place to entry 27, Gadsby 1401, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to entry 26, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4 to 25, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 5 to 28, Mariah and Jordan Trotwine of Greenville, Ohio. Now ready in the Suffolk ring for our third class of fitted yearling ewes. Third class fitted yearling ewes. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of spring ewe lambs. First to entry 32, Paul R. Castle 6829, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. Second to entry number 30, Gadsby 1402, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to 29, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. 4 to 31, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 5 to 33, Jared Martini, Canal Winchester, Ohio. For the Romneys, our junior Romney show, the senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 17, Thistledown 401, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to 18, Pitchfork Ranch 782, Callie Burgess of Ada, Ohio. Third to 16, Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 4 to 15, Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And 5 to 19, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
As we come on here in our showing ewe lamb class for our Horn Dorset's just a really smooth made, really extended ewe lamb to start this class. She's really good on those feet and legs, and then you get your hands on. Just doesn't disappoint. You might say she's a little shallower as we view her from the side, but I just think I can chalking that up to a greener type of ewe that's going to continue to go forward and grow. I just think for the levelness and completeness that she's going to start this class in my mind. Are you here in second? I'll grant you that little deeper as we view her from the side, a little bolder in that overall rib. She's just getting a little coarser as we talk about that bottom part of that chest, a little rounder out over that dock versus our first place ewe in my mind, but a really booty type of ewe in her own right. Once again, kind of that same type in our ewe here in third, just getting a little coarser through that front end, carrying a little more condition than the ewes ahead of her. In my mind, our ewe here in third, but she is a really long-bodied ewe in her own right and level in her makeup. And then as we start round out the class in our fourth place ewe, you like for her bootiness, but she's by far the heaviest condition to the four out here today, and just too far along for me in that aspect to move up any higher. when we talk about some width at the top in there, we really do like this ewe. A nice class of Horn Dorset ewe lambs.
Placing on the first class of Suffolk fitted yearling ewes. First place goes to entry number 37, K Slack 1111, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 43, Silver Dollar, BHR 1335, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to entry 36, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4 to 32, Cody McClure, Roanoke, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 134, Gabriella Leone of Fowler, Colorado. In our second class of fitted yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 49, Quam 11192, Taylor Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. Second place to entry number 50, Brome's Enterprise 1357Y, Jared Brome of Brillion, Wisconsin. Third to 52 to Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin.
We get into our junior ewe lambs, and we've got a really strong set again here. We've got a female that came to dance here as black ewe lamb. She is just flat out good. Super extended up their front, lots of volume and rib, big bone, good fleeced. Can't do anything with excuse me, with her, but start with her. The white ewe comes next in line, maybe a tick longer appearing. Is she as nice about her fleece? I don't think so. Is she as deep and solid in terms of her volume? I don't think so, not at this point in time. But she's got to stand in here in the second hole. She simply overpowers this nice ewe lamb that's going to come in third. Really a good design, super straight down her top, just not quite as long in her overall makeup, nor as elevated at this point in time in her life. She may have go ahead and catch up. Right now I see her in third. Long pattern ewe here in fourth. A female that breaks right there behind her shoulder, just a notch more. Again, you certainly like the length of side that she brings to the table. She's a little coarser in terms of her grade than some of the constituents out here. That's certainly, I mean, she's within grade, but I just need to strengthen her up over her top. Next ewe in line just shortens up considerably, and then the white ewe, excuse me, it gets a little plainer about her fleece, and then we round out the class with a black ewe that's maybe just a notch behind in her overall development.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slickshorn ewe lambs. First place to entry 37, Kay Whitmer 500, Mariah and Jordan Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. Second to 38, Shots 1205, Christina Shots, Quincy, Ohio. Third to 35, Mariah and Jordan Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. And 4 to entry 36, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the class of Romney Junior ewe lambs, first place to entry 20, Thistledown 402, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to 21, Thistledown 405, Ethan Kennedy. Third place to 25, Emma Rogers, Newell, New Mexico. 4 to 27, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And 5 to 26, Emma Rogers, Newell, New Mexico. On the Horn Dorsets, we're now doing Junior Champion ewe. Your next class will be for Overall Champion ewe and Reserve.
Doing champion you and the Romneys.
For the Romneys, we're doing Champion ewe in that ring. Shropshire exhibitors, please be getting your senior ram lambs ready.
As we come out here in our junior champion champion for our Horn Dorset. A really nice set of females out here. I really like parts and pieces about all of them. I think there's some really complete ewes. They're good structured ewes. They're used with some good breed character in my mind. They got overall length and depth of their body as we see them out here today, and still putting it together in a feminine package. I think all these exhibitors deserve a nice round of applause. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve your junior.
For the Horn Dorsets, we're now ready to show overall champion ewe. Our junior champion went to the first place in the late fall ewe lamb class. Entry number 21, Paul R. Castle, 6729, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. The reserve junior champion went to our class winner from the spring ewe lamb class. Entry 32, Paul R. Castle, 6829, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio.
We'll bring out our Romney ewes out here in contention for champion and reserve. And in my mind, there's two ewes out here that one's going to be your champion, one's going to be reserve. And I think it's a little bit of give and take. For me, when she came out in her class, she hit me pretty hard, and I didn't think she could be beaten. I'm going to leave her that way. Our yearling ewe will be our champion. Congratulations. Our spring ewe lamb will be reserved. Congratulations.
Now ready for Romney, best fleeced ewe. Romney, best fleeced ewe. For the Romney show, our champion ewe went to our first place yearling ewe, entry 11, Thistledown 301, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Our reserve champion goes to entry 20, first place in the junior ewe lamb class, Thistledown 402, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Again, ready for best fleece ewe. Late February ewe lambs for the South Downs, your placings are as follows. First to entry 284, Forsey E 14242, Morgan Forsey, Owenston, Kentucky. Second place to entry number 265, Bowman 1404, Cody Bowman, Blandisville, Illinois. Third place to entry 278, Clay Verhege, Argus, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 266, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 5 to 272, Morgan Forsey, Owenston, Kentucky.
As we get ready to round out our Horn Dorset show out here, I think we have 4 females that just exemplify a lot of really good things about the Horn Dorset breed as we talk about, structured ewes, ewes with a lot of body, a lot of size, got some rib to them. I think ewes that are going to go out into the future and produce, in my mind. They got some muscle shape as well. I think their breed character's good. Just a really nice set of 4 ewes out here in my mind. Once again, this is one, folks, viewpoint of it today, and I think you could go a couple different ways, and I wouldn't probably argue with you too much. I have 2 in my mind that just really hit me just right as it relates to what I'm looking for in sheep. But let's give all 4 of these exhibitors a really nice round of applause. Brought out a great set of females.
Another interesting class is Suffolk Yearling Ewes. Several real nice ewes in this class as well. The ewe I'm choosing to start the class with handles with a tremendous amount of muscle when you get around behind her. She's really wide down that top. She's square out over that loin edge, carries a lot of power. Tremendous amount of bone in this ewe. Really tracks around the ring very nicely. Ewe in second's a notch longer sided ewe. I like the extra dimensional length that this ewe in second brings us. Again, a very deep sided ewe, a ewe that tracks around the ring very well. A ewe that wants to run downhill a little bit relative to our class winner today, but that's being picky on an awfully good kind of Suffolk ewe. Ewe in third, again, a very bold ewe down low to the center portion of her body. Not quite the natural width and dimension down her top we have in our first two ewes. A ewe that's carrying a little more through that front 1/3, not quite as bold out through her hip maybe as the ewes we have ahead of her. But again, when you get around through her barrel, through her chest, she's got a lot of width and dimension there. A contrasting style is our ewe in fourth place. A ewe that's more extreme, a little tighter ribbed, but a ewe that's really straight and strong down that top, really fancy through that front 1/3. Just as she works out into that fourth hole, just got not quite as much total ewe there, but a high quality one. A nice class of Suffolk Yearling ewes.
Best fleece ewe in the Romney show went to entry 11, Thistledown 301 out of the yearling ewe class, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. That does conclude our Romney show. Now ready to go to Lincoln will be white Lincolns first, and then the colored Lincoln. So we need Lincoln White Division Senior Ram Lambs. For the Horn Dorset, our overall grand champion ewe was entry number 21, the first place late fall ewe lamb, Paul R. Castle, 6729, Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. I'm sorry. Reserve was out of the spring ewe lamb class, entry 32, Paul R. Castle, 6829, also Christina Schatz, Quincy, Ohio. Now ready to move into our Shropshire show, and we need senior ram lambs to the ring. Class 1 of our early yearling ewes, slick sheared for the Suffolks, is currently in the ring. Please have intermediate yearling ewes ringside and ready. Those are the Februaries. The intermediates are the Februaries. This early class are January born and earlier. The intermediates are our February class. The yearling ewe late class are March 1st and after. Class 3 of our fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks. Results: first place to 54, Ruby Mountain Sheep, 1330 Miss Me, shown by Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Second place to entry 56, 5-star J, 3130, Jacinda and Redline Thompson and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Third to entry number 57, Jacinda and Raylyn Thompson and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. 4 to entry 125, Gabriella Leone, Fowler, Colorado. And 5 to entry number 59, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin.
we lead off our Lincoln show in our early Ram Lambs. That's only 2 entries here. We've got a buck that leads us off pretty well. A real stout featured, kind of a sheep, one with a lot of foot and bone. He's super good down his top. You get your hands on his fleece and open that up, and lots of luster and character. Really uniform from front to rear. I think pretty kind of a handy winner. Ram that's standing here in second, excuse me, his fleece is a little coarser, a little more open. Changes grade just a notch as you work your way down into that lower britch. He's a little more refined in his total overall bone and framework, but certainly a very nice individual. We'll look at these two as we come back in our just a few minutes for our championship.
Now ready for Lincoln White Late Ram Lambs in the ring. Shropshire exhibitors, we are reminding you once again that no wool is to be left on the sheep above the knee and the hocks or behind the pole. Animals showing wool on the forearm above the knee or the rear leg above the hock will be asked to correct it before entering the show ring.
As we start off our Shropshire show, just 2 rams in this class. A really bigger, muscular ram here to start this class in my mind. A really long-bodied, really level-made out over that dock type of ram. He gets a little wider as he's tracking out through the front. I'd like to maybe change the coloring of his head just a touch, but I think when we talk about overall poundage in that, this ram just wins out in my mind. A ram here in second, I'll grant, is the bigger frame ram as we see him out here today. Maybe a little more extension up through that neck. He's just getting a little harsher is his ability to have condition out here, and not quite as muscular as our first place ram, but 2 nice rams to start our Shropshire show with today.
Placing on our Lincoln Early Ram Lamb class, first entry 1, RLA 1455, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 2, Lincoln Highway 56, Elena Rickert of New Haven, Indiana. On the Shropshire side of the ring, placing on that class, first place for the senior Ram Lambs goes to entry 1, Rifes, 14024 RR, Hooch, shown by Conley Lee of Covington, Tennessee. Second place to entry 2, Four Season Farm, 1331, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Now ready in the Shropshire ring for early junior Ram Lambs. Early junior Ram Lambs, please.
In this first class of Slickshore Suffolk yearling ewes, we've got a rather logical placing. We've got a ewe that's a longer-sided ewe, a better balanced ewe, shows some depth, some volume, and some muscle, and works her way to the top of the class rather nicely. I like the expression of muscle down the top of our second place ewe. She shows me a tad more rack, tad more explosiveness out over her loin, a little bit frailer in her makeup, a little plainer about her breed character. Ewe in third's a long-sided, straight-topped ewe. I like that about her. She sits down on all 4 corners pretty well. Maybe not quite as explosive, maybe a tad lower set through that neck region. A larger framed ewe in fourth. I like the extra dimension and size that she brings this class. I'd just like to change her shape and design a little bit today.
Shropshire exhibitors, we want to remind you your January ewe lamb class is split. Your early January ewe lamb class will be those animals born January 1st through and including January 10, 1 through 10. The late class of January ewe lambs, those animals born January 11 through and including January 31.
We get into our late class here for the Lincoln Ram Lambs, and we've got several up here that I think, obviously we've got different techniques of presentation, but for me, the one that wins, he's the nicest in terms of his completeness, really big in terms of his bone and his footwork, super down his top. He's obviously had some rinsing and some trimming done to him, and a little more presentation, if you will, and consequently, his fleece is easier to open up and get a better evaluation of it. I think he's just a more solid individual in terms of his construction. The fleece is a nice icing on the cake, if you will. The ram that comes next in line, I think we certainly appreciate the individual lockness of his fiber. He hasn't felt it at this point in time. He's super down, straight down his top. He's not as heavy in terms of his construction as our first place individual, but I think a ram that stands here in this second hole pretty handily. The ram that comes next in line, maybe the youngest or the least productive at this point in time, his fleece is wanting to caught and felt on us just a notch. We'd like to change that about him. And then we round out the class with the largest in terms of weight and performance, a ram that for me, he's not quite as sound or true down his top. He may possibly got an injury over his loin. He's really wanting to pop that up, and consequently, he's not as free and easy on the move. He also has the biggest change in terms of his grade for his fiber. So we'll round out the class with him.
We had one more.
Placing on the White Lincoln Late Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 3, Gargis Girls 14, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 5, Lincoln Highway 88, Elena Rickert of New Haven,
In this class
Indiana.
of six-sword Suffolk Yearling ewes, we've got a real logical class winner. She's a powerful ewe. She's more angular fronted. I think she puts more pieces together to a real high degree. Similar shape in our second place ewe from a muscle perspective. Big rack, very expressive rack. Not quite as deep when you get around behind her. I do like the way she tracks a little better off those rear legs than our class winner does. Again, a large frame, more upstanding ewe in third place. I like that extra dimension of size she brings us. I'd just like to change her composition and skeleton a little today.
Third to entry number 6, Lincoln Highway 89, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. And 4 to entry number 4, Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Now showing for champion White Lincoln Ram. Your next class will be White Lincoln Yearling Ewes.
Again, a division that didn't have a lot of numbers, but certainly some quality. We're not going to take a whole lot of time. Our champion ram is going to be our junior buck lamb. Congratulations, ladies. Very nice individual. We're going to come back and use our early buck lamb for reserve. A nice individual in his own right. Congratulations to you. Taking nothing away from our second nice show.
for Grand Champion Ram for the White Lincoln Show. First place, or our winner is entry number 3, the first place lamb out of the late lamb class, Gargis Girls 14, Tyler Gargis of Telford, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to the first place early lamb, entry number 1, Ramlin Acres 1455, Justin Taylor of Arlington, Wisconsin.
In this third class of Suffolk slick-sheared yearling ewes, we've got a ewe that's got a notch more frame, but she's got plenty of muscle to go with that frame. She tracks around the ring very well, and she's real attractive on the profile. A little bit more conventional ewe here in second. We admire the amount of muscle, volume, and expression that she brings us. A good-footed ewe. I think more than her size, I'd like to change her through that front 1/3, make her a little more feminine. A longer-sided ewe in third place, a ewe that's a little frailer in her makeup, a ton of muscle, stick a little more bone and clean her front up a little bit, and we can go a little further today.
Here in the Southdown Ring, another really good class of ewe lambs to evaluate, and probably the deepest class as we've gone on through here as far as all the way down through. Really an excellent set. We've got a lot of differences out here and need to be able to sort them through a little bit. And I think we see some differences up here in this top 6. The ewe lamb I'm going to start off with, in my opinion, is the one that kind of excels fairly easily for me. I sure like the way this sheep is made. The design we see, as far as into the shoulder, the way she carries her neck up in the air, the way she angularities out through that shoulder, out through that hip. Just a really extremely nice female. It's going to continue on and be quite a yearling ewe. The ewe lamb in second, really fresh in her appearance. I really appreciate that about her. Not quite as big as the ewe lamb that's going to win the class, and maybe not quite as big as a couple of the rest of them, but I sure like her freshness. I like where she is as far as her gain. I like where she is in her frame size as far as a March ewe lamb. She is really straight spine. She's really good hip. She's got enough natural thickness to her, muscling into that center portion of that leg, and she presents out extremely well for me, and she's a logical choice, what we see throughout the rest of the class, to be in second. The ewe lamb in third, I really like this particular sheep. Very similar to the ewe lamb that's going to win the class. A little shorter from flank to flank. Don't see quite as much length in that last rib back as the two right above her. But here's a female who's extremely good top, extremely good into that rack and that loin area, and comes out with the next amount of rib into that hip, and especially down through the base, and I really appreciate that about her. Really a nice female to be in third. Ewe lamb in fourth, another pretty profile ewe lamb. She gives up a little bit as far as depth of flank when we start to analyze her up against the other three, but this is an awfully good female too. She's going to continue on and keep getting better and better in a very tough class. The ewe lamb here next in fifth, a little further along in her conditioning. I'd like to take a little condition off of her, which is going to make her look a little bit fresher. But here's a really sound female, probably one of the sounder females that we see out here moving around, I'd just like to trim her up into that rib and just give this female a little bit more dimension and muscle when we analyze her from behind, but she'll continue on and grow right into that. Then we follow off the class with another nice female. She gets to be a little rounder in her shoulder. She gets a little more earlier maturing when we're analyzing her head, but another nice female, very complete. It's needed to extend her out from end to end. Nice class of ewe lambs.
Exhibitors will be on this side of them so they can see them from the. Okay. Next time walk, they just hit them that way and we'll stop that way and do something. We'll try. You mean
As we come out here in our Shropshire Ram Lamb class, we got a lot of different parts and pieces, and I realize that, and so we go back and forth. This is how I'm going to see them laid out here today. I'm starting with a Ram Lamb I think is the most complete as we talk about a ram with a lot of explosion, a muscle over that rack when you get your hands on that loin and then down into that leg. He's standing on a big foot. Just a really good ram to start this class with. If I could, I'd like to level him out right before that hip junction and smooth him all the way out over his top, but I think that gets nitpicky on what is an exceptional ram in his own right. I think a ram here in second follows along very similar in that overall make and model. He gets a little coarser as we talk about that point of the shoulder is what's going to get him into second in my mind today behind our first place ram, but a really long-bodied lamb in his own right. Then we come to two taller frame rams. Rams I appreciate for that. They just get a little coarser in their makeup as I view them out here today. Our ram here in third just doesn't have that muscle in that lower part of the leg versus the two ahead of him. Gets a little straighter in those rear legs, but a ram we appreciate for that overall size and length of body. Our ram here in fourth, I grant, is really up-headed, really extended about that front end. He just gets a little coarser over that rack, over that top, as we talk about the muscle shape to get up any higher in my mind. And then our ram lamb here in fifth is kind of that problem ram. For me, when you get behind him, you really like this ram. You really like the viewpoint. When you get around to the front of him, he doesn't tie together as well. He's given up so much size as it talks about the rams ahead of him, but I think when we talk about muscling in that back quarter and over that loin, he needs to be up in the talk of this top part of this class. A really nice class all the way down through.
We get into our white Lincoln yearling ewes, and we've got some really good ones. A couple of ewes are maybe a little more difficult to look at. They haven't been shorn in quite a while, but you get in there and paw through those fleeces, and you can see what you need to see. The ewe that wins the class for me, really a long-bodied. That's where she excels. The ewe that's going to stand here in second. Along with that length of body, she's longer in her stride. I think if we were to strip these girls off and have them standing here slick sheared, she'd just be a longer profiling, nicer made, a little more feminine up to her front end than is this ewe in second. Taking nothing away from the ewe in second, again, she is really nice about her fleece, and she's standing in second in that regard over the ewe that's going to be here in third. I think a fleece is simply, at this point in time, too stale to be of any kind of quality or excitement as far as the show ring presence. She's a nice made sheep underneath there. We just need to get that freshened up just a notch. The ewe that comes in fourth, a big robust ewe, a ewe with a lot of meat and muscle and bone. For me, she changes considerably in terms of her grade. She's certainly plainer about her fleece and that grade as compared to those three that are going to stand above her. The ewe that rounds out the class, we're starting to get quite a bit of smut on her head and legs. I'd like to change that about her. Again, a fleece that's very nice in its own right, just a little too much color. As we work our way into that second line, some ewes that maybe just haven't performed quite as well as their constituents.
A close pair at the top of the Suffolk ewe lamb class. I like the ewe to start the class with. She runs uphill. She's got a lot of extension. She's straight and strong down that spine. She travels around the ring adequately as well. We get into our ewe in second, a lot like her from a structure standpoint, really straight and strong down her top. A ewe that's certainly adequate in her bow. Her neck doesn't come out of her shoulder quite as fancy as what we have in our first place individual. A real attractive ewe in third, a real well balanced ewe, a ewe that doesn't have the extreme length that we have in our first two ewes or quite the frame size, but from a structure and design standpoint, she fits in with that pair at the top of the class rather nicely. A ewe in fourth place, a ewe that, again, we like her for her soundness on her feet and legs. Not quite as much total sheep there, not quite as much substance of bone as we have in a couple of the ewes up the line. Larger framed ewe in fifth. I like the extra growth that she brings us. I'd like to change her off her rear hock a little bit today.
In the Suffolk ring, we're now ready for Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lambs. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn Yearling Ewes. Class 1, first to 61, Macaulay 2737, Chris Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 62, Lindley 13069, shown by Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to 63, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 4 to 60, Lily Scartweet of Radcliffe, Iowa. In Class 2, first place goes to entry number 65, Slack 3493, Grant Friesian of Carthage, Indiana. Second to entry number 69, Yazel Suffolk, PPF, Pleasure Point Farm 353, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Third place to entry 66, Jared Brame of Brillion, Wisconsin. Then in Class 3, first place to entry 67, Krinsky 1335, Sabrina Frankovich of Bears, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 68, Macaulay 2865, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And third to entry 71, Jared Brome of Brillion, Wisconsin. For fitted senior ewe lambs for the Suffolks, first place to entry 74, Quam 11298, Jared Brome, Brillion, Wisconsin. Second to entry 76, Arnavek 1390, Victoria Arnavek of Cameron, Wisconsin. Third to entry 73, Chris McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 72, Cassidy Fletcher, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to 75, Ty Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa. Placing on the Southdown March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to 296, Forsey E14 250, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry number 4. Nope.
Second?
Yeah.
Right here.
Second place to entry 305, 4101, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 332, Ethan Yaste, Smithfield, Illinois. 4 to entry 299, Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. And 5 to 314, Adriana Windland of Shakopee, Minnesota.
In the class of Southdown ewes we have over here for the champion of the junior division, what a junior division we've had. Awesome set of females. I think we need to put our hands together for these young people and the programs that they have to get these sheep out here. I'm really pleased. We saw some variation a little bit in some of these classes, but I'm pleased to see the lineup that we have out here. Ewe lambs that have some extension to them. They're extremely sound. They got some depth of body to them, but yet they got some go to them. There's good days ahead of these females. We have the opportunity to see them now and then next year as yearling ewes. I think they'll just be a tremendous set. Again, congratulations. I'm not going to talk any more about them. I think we've got several out here that can merit the champion in reserve of this division. Unfortunately, I just need to pick 2, and that's what I'm going to go do now. So again, congratulations.
For the Shropshire Show, our early junior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 6, Rifes 14087 Noah, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second to entry number 4, Slack 4228 Mary Salee Lee, Covington, Tennessee. Third to entry 3, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 4 to entry 7, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to entry 8, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana.
In this slick-sheared Succovic Ulam class, we've got 2 nice shoes, but obviously shoes that are very different. I'm going to choose a shoe that's got a little bit more muscle relative to her frame today. I like the way she sits down on the corners. I like the added bone work and extension that our second place shoe brings. 2 nice shoes, 2 very different shoes.
Placing on the junior
We get into our, our junior ewe-lambs. We've got several ewe-lambs out here, really nice. The female that wins for me, super long patterned. That's where she edges out the ewe that's going to stand here in second, really long about her hind saddle. She's a notch finer in terms of the grade of her lock. I think they're certainly both very much within the acceptability of the breed. I think just an awfully nice kind of a pair of ewe-lambs. One's just a notch longer in terms of her hind saddle. We get into the ewe that's going to be here in third. She shortens up and is pounds lighter as compared to these 2 that are standing above her. Her biggest issue is that she does give up some of that length of body. Nice fleece on her. The next 3 ewes all have a little more color on in terms of brown that I would like to kind of just eliminate if we could. We're sheep that maybe shorten up again. We change, especially as we get down into the lower britch on all 3 of them, like to just make that fiber a little more uniform.
Placing on the Lincoln Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 14, H. Lamb 2050 Mercedes, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Second to entry 12, Lincoln Highway 81, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Third to entry 11, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. 4 to entry 8, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 9, Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Placing on the class of Lincoln Early Ewe Lambs, first to entry 16, Taylor 14437, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Second to 20, RLA 1466, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to 17, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. 4 to 21, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. And 5 to entry 18, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. We're now judging champion. Southdown U, our junior champion, Southdown U, from earlier, was out of the early January ewe lamb class, entry 179, Sunrise 0867, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve junior champion came from the early February ewe lamb class, 236, Forsey E 14170 ET, Morgan Forsey, Owenston, Kentucky. On the Suffolk side, we're now judging for fitted senior champion ewe.
Here in our last lines were our Shropshire Ram Lambs. Once again, in our top 5, we just the nature of the class got some different parts and pieces, and working through that in my mind. We're starting with what I understand is the tallest framed ram out here, and sometimes you want to see that and say that he's going to be lower on the muscle, but I think actually when you get your hands on him, the amount of top shape, the amount of hip shape, and then muscle down into that leg, I think he exemplifies in that. He's standing on a really big foot out here as well. If I could, I'd like to straighten him up how his neck comes out of his shoulder in there to pretty him up in that aspect, but I think when we view the depth of side of this ram and the bone that's coming out in here, I just think a really nice ram to start this class off with. Two maybe a little fancier fronted rams here in second and third. I'm starting with a ram here in second. Maybe not quite as long-bodied as their lamb in third. I understand that, but I think he's deeper bodied. I think he's got deeper into that flank and a little better in that aspect in my mind, and that's what's going to get him into second. That becomes my hang-up with our buck here in third. I grant he's really long-bodied. He's really straight and true. He just shallows up so much right from that chest all the way back into that flank for me. It becomes a difficult thing as when we're talking about rams for me, but I do like and appreciate that front end, that smoothness and that levelness and length of body of him. I just need to deepen him up some today. A ram here in fourth just gives up some of that cleanliness about the front end, gets a little coarser about that shoulder, pinches at that dock a little more than the three rams ahead of him, so it's going to see him sitting into the fourth place for me today. And then as we move into our fifth place ram, a really big ribbed ram, a ram we appreciate for that, just getting coarser about that shoulder, getting a little coarser about that head shape versus the rams ahead of him, but a really nice class of Shropshire rams all the way down through.
It's been a real privilege to be able to do your Southdown show here today. Just an awesome set of females to evaluate, and it's always fun when you have to sit there and think about which one's going to win. I've done a lot of county fairs, and sometimes it's not always that way. And so it's really a fun thing to come here and be able to do just an awesome set of sheep here with the Southdown breed. I think you've got four really, really good females out here for your champion reserve, and they're a little different, and that's okay. There's some differences out there, but one thing that we've got out here is we've got some sound females. And we've got females that look like Southdowns, and we've got some females that have some muscle in them, but they're still very feminine, and I really appreciate that about them. I'll talk just a little bit about these females. The senior champion, the yearling ewe, you really like her for her capacity she has. She's extremely feminine when you're analyzing her at that shoulder and up atop that shoulder. She comes back with a lot of flair out to that hip. With really a wide base to her, with a big foot, with a really nice bone shape that she has to her, really nice and level type of a female. This particular female was made to be a brood ewe, made to work in the barn. I really appreciate that. And then she adds some pretty to that to come out here in the show ring. We go into our reserve senior, a yearling ewe that's just really long spine, really great out through that hip. Maybe not quite as pretty as the ewe that won the class, but here's a female that's in the working condition. She's in the right condition here today to be ready to go on after today and this week to go out in the landing barn. Here's a good female that you can do a lot of nice things with, extremely complete, extremely square, and extremely good in her own right. The junior champion has some elevation to her that you really have to appreciate. I like the way this particular female is put together when you start to analyze that shape of that shoulder and the way she comes out of the top of the neck. She's got some depth of rib. She's got some spring of rib in her. She's got some depth of flank. She's wide base. She's got some muscle pattern into her. And for a spring ewe lamb to be this complete already, just think about what she's going to be a year from now. She's got a lot of great things ahead of her, and I really appreciate that. And then the reserve junior champion, just a real complete type of a sheep. Didn't excel quite as much when we get back behind her as the champion, but here's another awfully good one, and I sure like her shape of bone and her foot size and the way this particular female is made from end to end. Just a really a nice set of sheep. I truly believe, you're probably sitting there thinking, well, what he's going to do. I truly believe the best sheep is going to win it. No matter the age, and with that being said, congratulations, young lady. The following through for a reserve, we're going to have to use the yearling ewe.
For the Suffolks, our slick shorn or fitted senior ewe lamb class, first place went to entry 74, Quam 11298, Jared Brome of Brillion, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 76, Arbanak 1390, Victoria Arbanak, Cameron, Wisconsin.
In our Suffolk fitted senior champion drive, we've had several real outstanding females out here. The depth of quality has been really good. Some big ewes, some ewes that are sound, some ewes with some capacity and hip structure about them. Certainly a strong set of females. Let's put your hands together and give a nice round of applause. We select our senior and reserve senior champion.
For the Suffolk Slick Shorn Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place went to entry 77, McCully 2944, Chris McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 78, Scartweet 4536, Ty Scartweet of Radcliffe, Iowa.
We get into our ewe lambs here for the White Lincolns. I think we've got a couple of really good ones to start off with. Really a big, robust, big-footed, nice fleece female to lead off the pack with. Our ewe here in second changes just a notch in terms of her grade going down her into her lower britch. Same is true with the ewe that's been untrimmed. She gets a little coarser out through her britch. We'd like to change that about her. Round out the class with a ewe that just shortens up considerably. Again, she's got a little more of that color we'd like to take off.
This time we're ready to bring the Oxford Senior Ram Lambs, into the ring, please, into ring 4.
Out here in our Shropshire show, once again, I think we got 6 rams that maybe don't all, just from the quick look at them, all look alike, but I think as you study them, as we talk about rams, they're good in their feet and legs. They're long-bodied rams. They got some muscle to them out here. I'm happy with this group. I think you could go one or two ways as it relates to our champion and reserve, but I think all these exhibitors out here deserve a nice round of applause, bringing out some really good ram lambs out here today in our junior show.
For the Lincolns, late ewe lambs placing goes first to entry 23, Gargis Girls 20, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 22, Gargis Girls 18, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third to 26, Elena Lehman of Ocean, Indiana. And 4 to 24, Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. For the Shropshire show, our class of later junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry 17, City Limits Sheep Farm 1423, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to 25, Rifes 14231, Nut House, Emily Petzel, Centuria, Wisconsin. Third to entry 20, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 23, Kennedy Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 5 to 21, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. We're now showing Suffolk Slick Senior Ewe Lamb Championship in the ring at this time. The class following this will be Fitted January Ewe Lambs. Fitted January Ewe Lambs will be your next class.
Really nice female here show for the White Lincolns. I think we've got 6 girls out here that really do the breed a lot of good. We're going to make our early ewe our champion. Congratulations, young man. We'll come back and use our late ewe lamb for reserve. Taking nothing away from the others. Really a nice show. Congratulations.
We need Shropshire Early Yearling Ewes to the ring. Shropshire Early Yearling Ewes to the ring, please. Our champion, Shropshire Ram, goes to entry number 6. First in the early junior Ram Lamb class, Rifes 14087, Noah. Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Reserve was first place senior Ram Lamb, Rifes 14024, Hooch, shown by Conley Lee of Covington, Tennessee. Am I done on you? For the White Lincoln, our champion ewe went to the first place early ewe lamb. Entry number 16, Taylor 14437, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. The reserve goes to entry 23, the first place late ewe lamb, Gargis Girls 21, Taylor Gargis of Telford, Pennsylvania. For the Southdown Show, our overall grand champion ewe went to the junior champion ewe, which came out of the early January ewe lamb class, entry 179, Sunrise 0867, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve champion overall ewe was our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe was the first place out of the intermediate yearling ewe class, Northern Star Livestock Service 13208ET, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Southdowns have a few awards to hand out as far as their futurity is concerned. For yearling ewes, Jason Vanderklammer of Texas was 10. 9, Corey Schniedermeyer, Missouri, was 9. Darcy Long, Missouri, 8. 7, Grace Powell of Tennessee. 6, Casey Schniedermeyer of Missouri. 5, Brock Martin of Ohio. 4, Jeffrey Coleman, Illinois. 3rd, Haley Yunker, Wisconsin. 2nd, Caroline Kuhn, Indiana. And our winner, Abby Burns of Indiana. That's in the yearling ewe. For the fall ewes, it was 8, Casey McConaughey, Tennessee. 7, Lydia Wilson, North Carolina. 6, Corey Westschagel of New York. 5, Grace Powell, Tennessee. 4, Dylan Klug, Iowa. 3rd, Caroline Kuhn, Indiana. 2nd, Haley Yunkers
Thanks for getting them set up.
of Wisconsin. And our winner, Lucas Wilson of Indiana.
And the slick-sheared Suffolk Senior Champion Drive, again, a little more variety out here than we typically see relative to the classes and the size of classes that we had to work with. We're going to get that. But I think as you analyze these 8 ewes that are out here, they're pretty good kind of Suffolk ewes. Certainly some quality and some differences among them. Let's give them a nice round of applause and we'll go out and select our champion in reserve.
For the spring ewe lambs for the Southdowns, 10th place, Brendan Donner of Ohio. 9, Ephraim Fowler of Ohio. 8, Carson Lobdell of Wisconsin. 7, Brock Martin, Ohio. 6, Seth Michael, Indiana. 5, Courtney Lobdell, Wisconsin. 4, Caroline Kuhn, Indiana. 3rd, Garrett Schreiner, Illinois. Lydia Wilson was 2nd of North Carolina, and our winner, Drew George of Michigan. Awards are over at the table. See Gary to get your awards for those.
In the Oxford ring, just two individuals out here. We're going to use a wider base, easier movement ram to win this particular class. Really straight out through his spine, he's level out through his hip. Maybe not quite as deep into the rib and flank as the buckets in second, but a lot sounder off the move. The ram in second, that's one area that I'd sure like to change him. I like to make him wider base. Get those feet pointing in the right direction in order for me to change to, here today. But he's got some pieces to him that we can sure like, and we like the width of top, like the width of hip. We just need to make him wider base.
Single entry in our early natural colored Lincoln certainly could have withstood a lot of competition. A ram that's really sound on his feet and legs, nice about his breed type, really good about his fleece. We'll look at him a little tougher here in just a minute.
To to conclude our White Lincoln show, the best fleece goes to entry number 17, H. Lamb 476 Audi, shown by Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Now moving into our colored show, our first class early Ram Lambs. One entry, entry 27, will be first Reed 1411R, Rebecca Starkenberg of DeForest, Wisconsin. Now ready for natural colored Lincoln late Ram Lambs. For the Suffolks, our senior champion in the fitted goes to entry number 37 out of the first class of yearling ewes, K. Slack 1111, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Reserve senior fitted champion came out of that same class, 043 Silver Dollar BHR 1335, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. For the Slick Shorn, our senior champion came out of the intermediate yearling ewe class. Senior champion went to 065 Slack 3493 Grant Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. The reserve came out of the late yearling ewe class. 067 Krinsky 1335 Sabrina Frankenvik of Bears, Oklahoma.
In the Oxford ring, two really nice rams to be out here. The ram I'm going to use with here to start the class with, I sure like the width, the base he has, his foot size, the amount of wool he's got on his legs and up on his head. I sure appreciate the way he's shaped into the shoulder, into the top of that shoulder. And then you get out these along his spine buck, along his hip buck that we have out here. Sure like the design he has and levelness out through that hip. The ram in second, you sure like him for his stoutness also. A little shorter from flank to flank, not quite as straight when you get him over top of that shoulder into that rack area. You sure like to level him out just a little bit more into there in order to be able to move him up. But two awfully good Oxford rams to evaluate. Thank you.
For the natural colored Lincoln on our late Ram Lamb class, first place
Just two late Ram Lambs here. Pretty equivalent. I think we've just got a little more performance in the darker colored sheep. He's just got a notch more width and length in terms of his loin. I think maybe just a little bit less of a change as you get down into his lower britch in terms of his fleece grade. We'll bring back our early and select our champion here very quickly.
for the Lincoln natural colored late Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 28, Streak, Matthew Lehman, Oceana, Indiana. Second place to entry 29, Duke, Matthew Lehman, Oceana, Indiana. Now showing for champion and reserve champion, natural colored Lincoln Ram.
We're not going to take a whole lot of time. It's pretty clear cut in my estimation. Our early Ram will be our champion. Congratulations. Just a super kind of an individual. Our reserve champion will be our first place late. Congratulations to you both.
Placing on the Oxford class of early junior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 6, Johnson, 679, Travis Johnson, Minerva, Ohio. Second to entry 5, Benjamin 1422, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Lindsay Yeager is the Indiana Shropshire Queen, helping in the Shropshire show today. Lindsay is 17 years old and a junior at Greenfield Schools in Greenfield, Indiana. She's the daughter of Bob and Lori Yeager. She's been exhibiting Shrops for 6 years.
Really a quick division here in our natural colored Lincoln U class. We've got just these 3 yearling ewes, so automatically our champions and reserves are determined. I think we've got an awfully good one to start off with. Certainly a big, robust female, one that's got a really pretty fleece about her, really long and true down her top. Just a pretty candy kind of winner. Ewe that's going to stand here in second might surprise some people. She's obviously the smallest, shortest bodied in terms of her length. She's a little coarser in terms of her fleece grade. I think she's just got more quality about that fleece. I think she's freer and easier on the move than is our big, long-bodied ewe that's going to round out the class. A ewe that I read's a little rounder out through her hip, and consequently, she doesn't have as free and easy of a stride as I'd like to see. She gets a little lighter in terms of her fleece. She is within the colored range. Excuse me. It's just a little harsher to the touch, and maybe, again, like I said, not quite the quality and uniformity we see in the two standing above them.
For our Lincoln show, our only class of females are is this yearling U class in the natural colored portion. So our first place will be champion, second place reserve. Champion U for the natural colored portion of the Lincoln Show goes to entry 30, Starkenberg 0033, Winona. Rebecca Starkenberg of DeForest, Wisconsin. Second place in reserve goes to entry 32, Yunker 39, June. Rebecca Starkenberg, DeForest, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 31, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin.
In the Oxford ring over here, for me, a fairly easily class winner. He's got the most amount of muscle shape and dimension of, in through his rib and out through his hip than any of the rest of the rams out here. I sure like the way this buck is made upon in his bone. Maybe not quite as heavy bone as a couple other ones, but he sure is tied nicely in through his shoulder out. Then he just presents out extremely well from that last rib back. We've got the most dimension and width of any buck that's out here in this particular ram is going to win the class. Gets to be a little bit closer when we start to analyze the ram in second and third. The ram in second I'm going to use is once we get up on top of him, we do have more width to him. We got more width of hip, and then we watch him as we walk down through. He sure has more width of base to him once you see him want to move in this particular class. The ram in third, really a nice eye-appealing kind of ram off to the side. Get this size, I'd like to just explode his rib out more, give him more dimension of rib shape, more muscle shape when we start to really analyze him. He's straight topped, I appreciate that. He's straight hip, we just need more to him. In the fourth, a kind of a complete type of a shape, a little more plainer about his head, a little more plainer about his bone makeup. But as we analyze him up for one that's in fifth, we do have more overall percent of muscle shape into that hip area than we do the one that's in the fifth. Overall, a nice class of Oxford Rams.
For the Oxfords, late junior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 7, A. Brockman 1371 QRNN, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Second to entry number 10, Per Z 14128, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to entry 12, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 4 to entry 8, Cody Curran, Wooster, Ohio. And 5 to entry 11, Jordan Barnett, Russellville, Tennessee.
In our Shropshire Yearling U class, this first class here, starting with two ewes, really powerful, really level-made, really long-bodied ewes. Ewes that when I went out there and handled them, you find these two really quick and know that they're going to get to the top part of this class. In my mind, this ewe to lead off just is really tremendous when you talk about that shape and muscle over that rack, the amount of muscle over that loin, and then right down through that center part of the leg and the hardness that she shows over that. If I could, I'd like, she's got a few more pounds on those ribs than I would probably prefer, but as we just see her out here today, she just powers ahead to win this class in my mind. I think our ewe here in second follows along very similarly in that makeup as we talk about that longness and levelness aside and that amount of muscle over the top. She actually might be a touch deeper as we view her from the side view. Her problem for me is when we get into that chest floor, I think she's carrying quite a bit more down that lower part of the chest. Not quite as hard right down through that center part of the leg as our first place yearling ewe, but a really exceptional ewe in her own right. A little taller framed ewe here in third, and we like her for that as we view her from the side. She got a lot of extension up through that front end. She's long and level. She just doesn't have nearly the muscle of the two ewes ahead of her as we talk about into that leg to get up any higher in this class in my mind, but I think a ewe we really appreciate for that spring of rib and that levelness in her overall design. And then as we come down into our ewes here in fourth and fifth, really good ewes in their own right. Ewe in fourth, I think, might have that lower leg over our third place ewe. She just gets a little straighter in those hocks, gets a little softer. That's what's going to set her into fourth. The same thing with our ewe here in fifth. You really like that levelness of top. You get your hands on her, though. She's the softest handling as we talk about over the loin and down into that rib cage of our top five. But we really like her and want to get her up here for that extension of front end, that overall length to side of her. A really deep, really good class all the way through. I think the exhibitors deserve a nice round of applause.
Nice class of January fitted ewe lambs all the way to the bottom. Really difficult to try to sort the bottom out of this group because there's a lot of parity, so my hat's off to the exhibitors. I like the ewe to win the class with. She's really rugged in her bone, yet she's very feminine and youthful through that front end. Long and strong down that top. Really like the way she handles herself around the ring. Real natural, short fleeced ewe, a ewe that handles well, got some muscle, got some bone, and certainly big enough for her age. Ewe in second might be a tad taller at the point of her shoulder. A ewe that's really angular through that front end. I like that about her. A ewe too that's really good on the move. A ewe that hangs together really well, keeps that chest floor up when she moves about the ring. Maybe not quite the overall hip structure, mass, and bone that we have in our first place ewe, but a ewe that has the indicators to be a pretty powerful kind of yearling. We get into our third place ewe. I like this ewe. She's got some bone to her. I like that. She's got some substance to her. Gets a little more conventional through that front 1/3 relative to the ewe we have right above her. But in the ewes we have right above her. But boy, she's cool from a bone work and profile perspective. Big, rangy, rugged ewe in fourth. I like that about her. She's going to be a big horse of a yearling ewe. I think that as she grows, she kind of comes together a little bit. She's got a bright future ahead of her. Ewe we have next in line, again, a long-sided ewe, a good-footed ewe, a ewe that's a little awkward the way that neck blends into that shoulder. And when we get to a class that's this competitive, she sorts herself out into the fifth hole.
Here for your champion Oxford Ram, 6 nice individuals, bring a little bit different profile maybe or dimension when we sit back and we totally analyze these particular sheep. But there's a couple out here that I think for me fits fairly easily. When we start looking at bone, we start looking at shape of rib and shape of top shapes and hips and the way these sheep are put together. It comes out pretty easily for me, and those are going to be the bucks that came out of this class right here. Congratulations.
We do have a correction from an earlier class that was reported on the reserve champion Shropshire Ram. It is the late junior Ram Lamb first place animal exhibited by Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois on City Limits Sheep Farm 1423. Placing on the Shropshire Early Yearling U class, first place in that class goes to entry 41, Avery 1320 Blossom, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to 29, VIP 3422, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to 33, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 4 to 32, Conley Lee of Covington, Tennessee. And fifth to entry 42, Garrett Richardson, Grand Island, Nebraska. For the Oxfords, our champion Ram went to entry number 6, Johnson, 679, Travis Johnson, Minerva, Ohio. The reserve champion goes to the second place animal in that same early junior Ram Lamb class, entry number 5, Benjamin, 1422, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. We now need Oxford fitted yearling ewes.
Two entries here for our early senior Cotswold Rams. I think we've got 2 very nice individuals. The young lady's giving it heck out here. She lost a boot and she got right back up and put that old shoe back on. She's got an awfully big kind of a complete individual, a ram that's really big in terms of his bone, his footwork. He might want to get just a tick soft on those pasterns walking around, but then he comes up on them pretty well. Big, huge, solid top in him, really a robust kind of a ram. Taking nothing away from a ram that comes in second, a sheep that certainly is very tall at the point of the shoulder. He's certainly more refined in terms of that bone work, a little coarser in terms of his grade. He's certainly within the realm of the Cotswold grade. He does change a notch more as you work your way down his lower britch. I'd like to pull the smut off of his feet and up there on his face in order to make him a really good one. I just need to see a little more sheep at this point in time. He's a little green at this stage compared to his constituent out here.
Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 80, Quam 0417 RRNN, Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 89, KJ Lansing 4152, Taylor Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. Third to 82, Taylor Wolf. 4 to 84, Cody McClure, Roanoke, Illinois. And fifth place to entry 91, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Placing on the Cotswold class of senior Ram Lambs, first to entry 1, Meyer 4258A, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 2, Meyer 4258B, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Currently, we have junior Ram Lambs in the ring. Your next class will be for champion and reserve champion Cotswold Ram. Oxford Exhibitors, your next class after the fitted yearling ewe class will be the Slick Shorn yearling ewe class. Suffolk Exhibitors, your next class will be late February fitted ewe lambs.
class of Oxford yearling ewes. Really like the two that we're going to start off with the class. The yearling ewe that's going to win the class has the most dimension of width from end to end, from top to bottom, and I really appreciate that. Maybe a little darker in her points than the ewe is going to be in second, but when you get your hands on this particular female, she is the whitest in through that rack. She comes out with an extremely white out the hip. She has the most natural width and natural thickness of the top couple of ewes, and I really appreciate that about her. Very free moving as you watch her walk around the ring. A ewe that you can continue on and do a lot of good, great things with her. The ewe that's in second, a ewe that really pretty profile. I like this ewe. You presented her extremely well. I like her into that shoulder, into that neck junction. I like her breed characters that she has. Like her depth of rib, I like her depth of flank, but then I get up on top of her. I just like to give her more width at top and more width of hip. And with that being said, come down and give her a little bit more width of base from behind. But she's awfully good. I've been very critical in a situation like this. But if we could get more width into her, and I think if we get some more pounds in her, she's a little green here today. A few more pounds might help that. But with that being said, I sure need to change her off those back legs and make her wider to put her any higher. The ewe in third, maybe a little wider from behind than the ewe right above her. With that being said, she's a little rounder in her shoulder. She's a little more plainer in her makeup. And she's a little higher in that flank. I sure like to drop that flank down just a little bit more, make her a little more stouter to move her up. But she's awfully good too. You know, if you have the right ram, she's gonna make a really great brood. So don't take too critical. But that's the way I see her today. Next year is probably the biggest frame sheep out here. And with that being said, she's got some depth of body. She's got some springer rib. We get back behind her, and she wants to cut up underneath of her when we see her on the move. She doesn't bring that muscle pattern down through that lower part of that leg, especially into that twist, quite as well as the ewes right above her. But overall, nice ewe. Then around off the class, a little more moderate frame type of a female that you just like to give some overall more dimension of muscle and shape and bone structure in order to move her any higher. Nice class of ewes all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Oxford Yearling U class, first place to entry 15, Kelly Lee O'Brien, 1321, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Second to entry 13, Paige Coyne, 1399, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to entry number 14, Jake Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Fourth to entry 18, Jillian Bingen, West Bend, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 17, Cody Curran, Wooster, Ohio. Now ready for Slick Shorn, Oxford Yearling Ewes. Slick Shorn, Oxford Yearling Ewes into the ring, please.
We get into our junior buck lambs, and certainly a nice group of rams. The young lady's lamb that leads off the class, he pretty much overwhelms the rest in terms of length, size of bone, just overall excuse me, quality. He's certainly very adequate in his fleece. He does change a notch in terms of his lower britch, as most of these do. We certainly give kudos to the ram that's going to stand here in second. He's easily got the most uniform in terms of his fleece, and that's going to help pull him all the way, or pull him up here to second. You put him into motion, he's a little choppier in terms of his rear leg stride. I'd like to change that about him, but I think he's an awfully good one. The ram here in third, excuse me, a really long profiling sheep, a sheep that gives up maybe some of the overall mass and circumference of bone that we see in the two that are standing above him. He's got a little more color working down in the hair. I'd like to change that a notch about him. He gets just a notch coarser in terms of his grade as you work down his lower britch. The colored ram that comes next in line, giving up quite a lot of length of body and bone. Certainly appreciate the fleece on this ram. The ram that rounds out our top five, a sheep that we find a little easier behind his shoulder. We'd like to change that about him. Nice set of buck lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cotswold Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 7, Meyer 4605A, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 378, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Third to entry 6, Mackenzie Meyer of Aaronsville, Illinois. Fourth place to 9, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And 5 to entry 5, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Cotswold Ram. Champion and reserve champion Cotswold Ram. We need the first and second place animals of the previous classes of the Cotswold show. That'd be the senior Ram Lamb, the junior Ram Lamb.
Another very competitive class of Suffolk Spring ewe lambs. The ewe that wins the class certainly excels it from a size and length of body perspective. We either have to use her and run with her or put her down far enough we don't want to talk about her, and she's too good a sheep to do that. She's tremendously long-sided. She's tremendously straight and strong down her top. Very feminine and useful through that front end, a really good kind of ewe. Ewe in second place is like her, just a little bit smaller package. Again, a very straight and strong top ewe, a ewe that's not carrying a lot of extra condition or wool today. A ewe that handles well down that top, handles with some muscle and thickness out over that loin and through that hip area. Good on her feet and legs, a little plainer about her head than the ewes on either side of her. Probably the more muscular sheep is the ewe in third. I like the extra dimension of muscle that she handles with down that top through that rack and lower leg area. A little frailer in her makeup and shortens up a little bit on the profile. A larger frame, possibly a heavier weight ewe here in fourth place. I like the extra dimension of rib and boldness that she brings us. I'd like to change that neck angle on her just a little bit. She's hard to show. I just like to set it up on top of her shoulders a little bit, maybe take some of the bark off her sides. Ewe we have next in line. Again, a very square-made ewe down that top. I like that about her. A ewe that's got some thickness, handles with some muscle. Wants to get a little lower set through that front end. When we set her in motion, she likes to drop that chest for a little bit. When you get her showed, she looks real good. Nice class of Suffolk ewe lambs.
A nice division out here, or a nice set of Rams competing for our champion Cotswold Ram. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to give you today, but the check's in the mail, I guess. I think we've got a pretty handy kind of a winner in our junior buck lamb exhibited right here by this young lady. Congratulations. Congratulations. And there you go. Congratulations. We're going to follow him up with our second place Ram Lamb. I think a sheep that most closely follows his type and kind in soundness and structure. Congratulations.
In the slick shoring class over here for the Oxford Yearling Ewes, really got, in my estimation, a powerhouse to win this class. Really like the rib shape that she has, the shape over the top of her shoulder, in through her rack, out in through her loin, out through her hip. She's really white base, really good on those feet and legs. You can sure do a lot of neat things with this particular female in the breed. The yearling ewe is going to be in second. I like the way this ewe's maze up through that shoulder and through that neck, a little longer fronted than we see in the ewe that's win the class. Very angular when you get up on top of her, over the shoulder, out through her hip. You really have to like the width and dimension that she's got from behind. We just don't see quite as much power in her from end to end compared to the ewes when they're winning. The ewe in third most closely follows the type and kind of the two right above her. A little more plainer in her design when we're starting to analyze her in through her shoulder. She wants to round a little bit more. Doesn't come out of the top of her shoulder quite the way I'd like to see her, but we should have a lot of depth of rib. We should have some length of spine to be able to do a lot of things with her. The next ewe in class, a really long spine female, a little lighter in her bone, got a little color in there, but I'd sure like to change on her when we're analyzing her in through the legs and through the cheeks, and like to deepen her up from in through the rib and the flank area to move her up. Then around off the class with a little shorter made kind of a shape. Sure like to give this ewe a little more squareness in order to get higher today, but overall a nice class of ewes from end to end.
In our second class, Shropshire Yearling Ewes here, I'm starting with, in my mind, when we talk about structure, when we talk about muscle, when we talk about size, the most complete yearling ewe in my mind, a really long-bodied level-made ewe, a ewe with a lot of muscle up over that top and down into that leg. She's still tying it together in what I think is a very feminine package up through that front end and still got some rib shape to her. Just a really nice complete U to start this class with. Are you here in seconds, that little bit taller frame type sheep? You want to look at her in that aspect, and you get looking at her, but she's got a lot of depth aside. She's got some bone to her. She's really level out over that dot. She's giving up some of that lower part of the leg, but really what gets her into second place for me today is I'd like to put a little more set into that hop. She gets a little straight off those rear legs for me to get up any higher, but for that extension up through that front end and that depth aside is what's going to get her into second. A little smaller frame view here in third. That's not what gets her there for me. I'd like to strengthen her up on those rear pasterns today. She wants to set down on those as we get her out on the move, but we like the levelness at top and that muscle in this shoe to be up in this top contention for sure. We just need to change those a little bit for me to get her up any higher today. Then two of the little bigger frame views here in fourth and fifth. I'm certain with a U that I really want to get up higher in this class in my mind when I talk about that extension up through that front end, that length aside as we view her from behind, or excuse me, view her from the side. It's just the set of those rear legs for me is what's going to get her into fourth today. She wants to stand a little base narrow, stand a little hocked in as we get her out here, but other than that, she's a really exceptional U in her own right. Followed right closely with our U here in fifth. It's kind of the same thing. Wants to stand a little base narrow. I'd like to clean her up in that lower part of the chest floor, make it a little smoother about that front end to get up any higher. When we talk about levelness at top and length aside, I think this U is a really fine example of that really good, really deep class all the way down through. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted early February ULAM class. First to entry 96, 5-star J, 4123, Jacinda and Ray Lynn and Rhett Thompson at Patoka, Indiana. Second place to 99, Lynn Lee, 14016, Evan Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Third place to 95, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. 4 to 102, Taylor Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. And 5 to entry 106, Gabriella Leone of Fowler, Colorado. Placing on the Oxford Slickshorn Yearling U class, first to entry 20, AA 1316, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Second to 22, Midwest 1308, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to entry 21, Travis Johnson, Minerva, Ohio. 4 to 23, Jake Moore, Carlock, Illinois. And 5 to 19, Jordan Barnett, Russellville, Tennessee. For the Shropshires, the late yearling U class, first place to entry 54, D. Hicks, 1305, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 52, City Limits Sheep Farm, 1322, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Third to 57, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 4 to 56, Jeffrey Coleman, Stewardson, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 61, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. For the Cotswolds, our champion ram went to entry number 7, first in the junior ram lamb class, Meyer 4, 605A, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve was our second place animal in that same class of junior ram lambs, entry number 3, 378, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois.
Here in the Oxford ring in this UM class, really a stout-made type of female to win this. Carrying a little more wool than she really needs to have out here in this particular class, but man, she is really good fronting. She's got some angularity too. Once you get up on top of her shoulder, she's really deep rib. She's got a lot of spring rib to her. Got really deep in the flank, but yet she's really feminine about her head. A lot of width of hip and a lot of width of base to her. Like I said, if I take a little bit of more wool off her and make her look a little more fresher, make her look a little more length into her. But an awfully good female to start this class off. The ULAM in second, a little longer spine female. She's also a little, when we start to look at foot size and bone structure, a little frailer in her makeup. We were analyzing her up against actually either two on either side of her. But here's a female that's awfully neat, and when you're analyzing her off the side, extremely long spine, nice hip, not as wide a hip as a ULAM that's going to win the class. But here's a ULAM that's very complete. She's going to continue on and grow, and the way she's made right now, she can turn into a really nice yearling ewe. I'd continue feeding her to get a little more weight on her. Then around off the top, here the third place ULAM, a little more complete type of a female. She's also the shortest from flank to flank when we're analyzing her up against the top two. But overall, a female, it does have a good bone to her. She's got some depth and she's got some muscle shape to her. I just need to lengthen her out to bring her up any higher today. Nice class of ULAMs. Thank you.
In this next class of Suffolk Spring ULAMs, we've got a really top group here in this top four. I think the top February ULAM here just simply overpowers them from a length and structure perspective. She is really good on those feet and legs, really strong down that top, angular through that front end, handles with as much muscle of any of these top ewes. Just a really good kind of Suffolk ewe. The ewe in second place I really like. She has that added bone work. She sits down on a little bit bigger foot, really straight and strong down that spine. When they get her jacked like she is now, that front end really comes together pretty nicely. Strong down her top, not quite as explosive in terms of dimension down her top as what we have in our first place ewe, but a really attractive ewe. A more massive ewe here in third place, a ewe with a lot of rib and volume to her, a ewe that tracks with a lot of width, a lot of center width, the body cavity. We like those things about her. She's just a tad more common through that front end, doesn't set that neck up on top of her shoulders as naturally as the two ewes do above her or the one we have right below her. A little bit smaller package here in fourth, but from a quality and design perspective, she fits in really nicely. Again, really angular through that front end, really strong down that top, really parallel in those lines. She fits into this top group real well. Nice group of ULAMs.
As I stumble and fumble.
We're getting to our yearling ewes here in the Cotswold division. We've got some really nice females, and we've got a pair up here to lead us off with, very similar in their type and kind. I think we maybe just have just a notch more sheep here, just a notch more flare and eye uphill in the ewe that leads us out and wins this class. Maybe just a notch more length of body. That second ewe has that length of body over that colored ewe that's going to stand there in third. Colored ewe changes just a notch more as you get down into her lower butch. She's a little bolder in terms of her lock structure as compared to these white ewes. The same would be said of the ewe that's going to stand here in fourth. Really a bold featured kind of a female, one that may be carrying a little more condition at this point in time than we'd like to see. She's really uniform, but again, she is probably the coarsest in terms of her grade. We'd like to pull some of that color that comes down to her lower back legs from her hock down and free her up of that. Young lady's ewe that rounds out the top five, this colored ewe, gets a little narrow in terms of her overall makeup. Again, she's a nice fleece ewe, just kind of out-horsed out here by these other gals.
Placing on the Oxford Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 28, Benjamin 1405, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Second to 24, KF Akers 1404F, Jillian Bingen of West Bend, Wisconsin. Third place to 26, Jillian Bingen, West Bend, Wisconsin. 4 to 25, Tyler Angus, Ottawa, Illinois. 5 to entry 29, Jake Moore, Carlock, Illinois. And 6 to 27, Jordan Burnett of Russellville, Tennessee.
As you see, our next class, Shropshire U's out here. I got two very similar U's to start off this class in my mind. Starting with the U, maybe isn't as tall as we talk about her at the point of the shoulder. When we talk about the levelness over that top, that length aside, are really explosive U's. We talk about muscle, and then when you view her right from behind, I think she's just a notch wider over the top of that hip versus our U here in second. Taking nothing away from our U in second, a really massive U's. We talk about the muscle when we get our hands on her. She wants to break just a little bit more in that loin versus the U ahead of her, but I think an extremely good U in her own right. Really long-bodied U here in third. U gets a little shallower in her makeup versus the two U's ahead of her, and a little finer in her bone work. But I think when we talk about that extension up through her neck, that overall length of body, she's very deserving to be up in this top group in this class. Are you here in fourth? Is it you? I like when you view her in a lot of ways. She just gets too straight off those rear legs for me to get up any higher as we get her out on the move here today. But you like for that spring of rib and that boldness up through her, a really broody type of you in her own right. And then a nice you to round out the class. I don't know if she had a leg injury as we get her out here moving. She just needs to square up on those rear legs to be able to move up any higher. But when we talk about body-wise, that length of body, that levelness of top needs to be up in this top group in my mind. Really good class all the way down through.
Assisting us today with the Oxford Show is the National Oxford Queen, Elizabeth Ward of Marthasville, Missouri. Elizabeth attends the University of Missouri, and as a junior there, she's shown Oxfords for 6 years. Again, we're ready to show Oxford Senior Champion U. We need the Reserve Champion Oxford Fitted and Yearling U, and the two Slickshorn Yearling U's. Yes. Also, the winner of the 2014 Shropshire Yearling U Futurity was Emily Petzel of Wisconsin with Yearling U Merzinski 1309. For the Cotswolds in the Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 23, Meyer 694. Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 21, Meyer 681, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to entry number 16, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. 4 to 13, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And 5 to 19, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Placing on the Shropshire Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 68, Merzinski 1336, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to 77, Dalton Hicks 1326, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third to 74, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 72, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to 75, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. For the Suffolk classes, in our late February fitted U Lamb class, first place goes to 115, 5-star J 4131, 4130, Jacinda and Raylyn Thompson and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Second to 108, Silver Dollar GR 1410, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to 110, Ashton Daniels, Weston, Missouri. 4 to 116, Jason Walensky of New Glarus, Wisconsin. 5 to 119, Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana.
Out here for your senior Oxford champion U, 6 nice individuals to evaluate. Sure like the shape and design that these particular females have, with or without wool. Let's give these young people a round of applause, and I'll go out and select your champion reserve.
we get into our senior ULAMs here for the Cotswold Show. I think we've got a nice U to lead off our class with. Easily, excuse me, she's nice in her feet and legs, albeit she could be just a notch nicer in terms of her fleece. I think she's adequate. She just doesn't have quite the boldness and the character that we see here in the U that's going to stand in second. U that's a little more mature according to her mouth at this point in time. She's carrying a little more bark on her side, but I think she just balances out as a little nicer than does our U that comes up in third. Really an extended U here in third. We just see her shortening up in terms of her overall length, a little more refined in terms of her bone. Nice set of fall ULAMs. Congratulations.
Senior champion U for the Oxfords goes to the first place U out of the yearling U class. Entry number 15, KLOB 1321, Kelly Lee O'Brien, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. The reserve senior champion was the first place in the Slickshorn yearling U class. Entry number 20, AA 1316, Kenyon Buckland of Huntington, Indiana. Now ready for the Oxfords for January U Lambs. For the Cotswold Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 25, Meyer 4263B, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry number 24, Jammy HV13, Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And third to entry 26, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. For the Cotswolds, we're now ready for Junior U Lambs. Cotswold Junior U Lambs, please.
This class of ewe lambs here in the Oxford ring, three nice lambs here to start off the class with. The real fresh and handling appearing lamb is here that we're going to start off with. She's the most structurally correct female from behind of the top 3 or 4. Really like the way this female comes out. We start to analyze her as far as femininity about her front end, the way her neck junction blends into her shoulder. She has a lot of natural width and thickness of top and out through her hip. Then we get down on her feet and legs. She's the, like I said before, she's the most the widest base and most correct when we get back behind her. The ewe lamb in second, I sure like off this side. I like the way this particular female is made. She's a little more rugged of bone. Like her extension she has, but when we get back behind her, she just wants to hawk in just a little bit more than what I like to have for today to be able to move her up in the first position. But when we start to analyze her over the ewes in third, we've got more length of hind saddle, we've got more shape and dimension once we look at her, and more correctness from end to end as we do the ewe in third. The ewe in third really has a lot of natural thickness to her. Longer she's out here, the kind of the worse she comes to get. She wants to roach up just a little bit, but we got more natural width and base and correctness and breed type than we do in the ewes below her. So for me, it's just kind of logical, even though I'd try to like to change her off those back legs to move her any higher. Nice class overall. Let's give them a round of applause.
The quality continues to excel here in the Fitted Suffolk Female Show. I think this class of March ewe lambs is very, very deep as well. I truly admire this ewe that we're starting out the class with. She is just a really cool kind of female. She is good down that top. She is money on her feet and legs. You watch this ewe stride around the ring, she doesn't miss too many footsteps. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulders. This young man does a really nice job of getting this ewe showed. He gets her feet set all the time, but she's just so good structured. She does a lot of that on her own. Really appreciate this ewe in first place. A little bit different style here in second place. A ewe with a little bit more bone. I like that about her. A ewe that handles with some mass and muscle down that top. I'm not sure we have quite as much future in this female as we have in the ewe in the top of the class, but this is a really good one here in second. You admire her for her usefulness, yet her mass and bone. We get into a ewe in third place, a ewe that handles with a lot of meat down that top. I like that about her. A ewe that's very well presented today, a ewe that's very extended through that front end. A little frailer in her makeup maybe than the ewes on either side of her. The ewe in fourth, a longer-sided ewe. I like the extra dimensional length that she brings us. Tracks around the ring very, very well. Just a little softer to the touch today. Doesn't have quite the flash in our profile that we have in the three ewes right above her. A very youthful appearing ewe in fifth. A ewe that's very, very angular. A ewe that handles just tremendous down that top and really good on all four corners. A nice class of March ewe lambs that you all should appreciate.
We get into our early ewe lambs here for the Cotswold division. I think we've got an awfully good one to lead off with. You put her into motion, she's easily the freest moving, truest strided. You get your hands on her really good and solid down her top. As you can see, she's towards the fine end in terms of her grade. She's uniform from front to rear. She wins this thing pretty handily. You that's here in second, maybe a notch bigger in her overall kind. She's certainly longer in terms of her staple length. You put her into motion, and she doesn't handle her hind end quite as nicely as I'd like to see. She wants to be a little shorter and choppier about her stride. I read her as being really a big bone, kind of a rugged female. I think she fits here into the second hole pretty handily. Really a nice designed ewe here in third. We're getting a little more refined in terms of our bone work. We put her into motion. She gets a little narrower behind, really nice in terms of her fleece. Obviously, maybe not quite the staple length that we see in the two that are standing above her, but I think there's enough there to read. In my estimation, I'd like to leave a little more. If I was trimming them, you guys need to do what you need to do. We get into the next ewe that's here in line, really a fancy kind of a maid ewe. She shortens up just a tick in terms of her overall profile, giving the young lady just a little bit of trouble right now, but I think that's where I'm going to criticize her. We just need to stretch her out just a notch. The colored ewe that rounds out our top 5, really a long-made kind of a female, one that doesn't hold herself together quite as nicely as the 4 that are going to stand above her. She wants to get a little narrower on the move as well. She's got a really pretty fleece, albeit at this point in time it's maybe a little long to really have a whole lot of character to it. But certainly I have to like the color. Nice set of females all the way down. Congratulations.
Prior to trying to come up with something.
In this Slick G-Lane class in the Oxford group, really got a female that's going to win the class I like a lot. I like the way this shape and design and muscle she has. I like the Springer rib. She's carrying all the way down through into that rib and out through that flank. Boy, she comes back with a lot of dimension and thickness and width and muscle out through her hip and down through that lower leg. And yes, she's very feminine. You could put some wool on her, you could fit her, and she's still going to be a good one. I really appreciate what she brings out here today. The ewe lamb that's in second, maybe a little longer spine than we see in the ewe lamb that's right ahead of her. Some people might say she might be a little neater in through that shoulder, and that's very true, but she's not as wide a base. We don't see as much dimension and muscle as we're analyzing her in through her top, and especially out through her hip, and not quite as square as we see the ewe lamb right above her. She's a really good one, don't get me wrong, but today she's getting beat by just a little better one. Nice pair of ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the Oxford class of fitted, January ewe lambs first went to entry 31, winning weight Sheep Farm 14629D, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. Second to 33, R. Brockman 359, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to entry number 32, Ron Brockman 111, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 35, Chloe Decker of Vincennes, Indiana. 5 to 36, Graham Jennings, Dyersburg, Tennessee. Placing on the Cotswold class of junior ewe lambs, first to entry 31, Four Season Farm 1402, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. 2 to entry number 29, Journey 290, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, Indiana. 3 to entry number 35, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to 33, Kinsey Meyer. And 5 to 30, Blair Sanchez, Beaver River, Wyoming. Placing on the January Slickshorn Oxford ewe lambs, first to 39, AA 14046, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Second to 38, Walpy 0007 Taft, Morgan Hogger of Connorsville, Indiana. Placing on the class of fitted March and after ewe lambs for the Suffolks. First place went to entry 121, Knable 2318, Anthony Knable, Antioch, Illinois. Second place to 131, Hoskins 14127, Riley Nora Moyer of Rippey, Iowa. Third to entry number 133, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. 4 to entry number 127, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 5 to 139, Jason Walensky of New Glarus, Wisconsin.
We bring our females out here for champion of the Cotswold breed, and I think we've got, again, very nice individuals. I think when we put the composite together of construction and bone and fleece, there's a sheep out here that suits me real well. That's going to be this junior ewe lamb. I think she's just an awfully good one. Congratulations, young man. We're going to come back and use our yearling ewe for reserve. I think she's, again, a very fancy female. Congratulations to you. We give up some of the bone and the fleece quality that we see in that ewe lamb, but I think they're both awfully good. Taking nothing away from our seconds and our remaining first. Nice set of females. Congratulations.
Well, as we move into our Shropshire ewe lamb class here, you saw me having some difficulty, and it starts with our first place ewe. She's that type of ewe that almost, I want to tell you I don't like her, but I can't really tell you why I don't like her. She's really pretty about that front end. She's so youthful appearing, you don't think she's got the muscle she has, and that's how she keeps fooling you, and I kept thinking about either she needed to go first or she needed to go third, and I couldn't find a really good reason to make her third. I really like all my reasons for making her first, so that's where she's going to be today. We like the levelness of this ewe. We like the muscle she does have. She's really youthful. I think she's a ewe that's, of anybody in this class, is going to go and be the biggest ewe and carry it out. I'd like to maybe deepen her up on the side, and that's what part of works on your eye as you view this ewe, but there's just so much good in this ewe. I'm really happy with her winning this class in my mind as we see it out here. I think our ewe here in second, a really good, really heavy muscled ewe, a really long bodied ewe. She is that little bit deeper in that side as we view her from our side view. We see into that rib. She's just not putting it together as clean and nice a package through the front end as our first place ewe, but an exceptional ewe in her own right. The ewe in third here follows very similar to that second place ewe. I think where I'm worried about this ewe is how big she's going to get as she continues to go forward in the future. She's the smallest framed of these three, but I think when you talk about that levelness of type and kind, that overall length of body, we need to have her in the front part of this class in my mind. Then we get two ewes that maybe are a little bigger. I'm starting with the ewe here in second. I think it's a little better as it relates to her chest floor and the condition versus our fifth place ewe. She's a ewe with a lot of muscle. She just doesn't come out as square and true over the dock as the ewes ahead of her. We'll like this every now and then stand a little base narrow versus those ewes, and that's why we're going to see her in fourth today. And then a really big-bodied, really deep-sided ewe here in fifth. For all those reasons, we appreciate her. She's just heavier in her condition, quite a bit wastier as we get around that front part of that chest in relation to the ewes ahead of her, but we really like her. Really deep, really good class all the way down through. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For our Cotswolds, our champion ewe went to entry number 31, first place out of the junior ewe lamb class, Four Season Farm 1402, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. The reserve champion ewe to entry number 23, first place in the yearling ewe class, Meyer 694, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Showing best pair now, your next class will be best fleece.
As Suffolk breeders, you should be pretty excited about this group of, in the fitted junior ewe lamb champion drive. I think there's 8 ewes out here that are pretty exceptional kind of females. Certainly some ewes that have some muscle, certainly some ewes that have some soundness, more than adequate size for their age. Young people have done a very nice job. Go out and select your champion and reserve junior champion ewes, and congratulations to all these top class winners.
Now need Shropshire Class 2 January ewe lambs. Those are animals born January 11 through January 30 to the ring, please. For the Suffolk fitted division of junior ewe lambs, our champion was first in the January ewe lamb class, entry 80, Quam 6417, Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. The reserve junior champion fitted came out of the late February ewe lamb class, 115, 5-star J 4130, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Now ready for Suffolk, January Slickshorn ewe lamb for the Suffolks, please. Placing on the Shropshire class of January ewe lambs in the early division, those born between January 1 and January 10. First place to 92, D. Hicks 1404, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 97, Avery 1410, Star, Dalton Payne, Weston, Missouri. 3 to entry 95, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to entry 89, Conley Lee, Covington, Tennessee. And 5 to entry 93, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma.
This class of Oxford ULAMs sure have a ULAM that win the class that sure has some style and balance to her when you're analyzing her off of the front end and then you get back to the side and then you get back behind her, then you're not as disappointed in either. Really like the style and the balance that this particular female has when you're analyzing her from the point of her shoulder to the point of her hip. Really a right base female with a lot of natural width and shape to her from end to end. Good-footed, good bone, really pretty when you're analyzing her. And when I start to analyze her up against the next group of females that we have here, she sure has the rib shape that I'm looking for. Maybe like to deepen her up a little bit in her flank when we're analyzing her from front to rear, but at a female, it's awfully, awfully good. ULAM in second, again, kind of follows that same tide when you're analyzing rib shape, you're analyzing depth of rib and depth of flank. Another good female that's another wide-based female. Maybe doesn't have quite the extension to her front end as maybe the ULAM is going to be in third, but she sure is wider-based and wider tracking from end to end to be in second. I think these two females need to stay in first and second. The ULAM in second has the right amount of fleece on her. I appreciate that about her. Kind of what you see is what you get. Really youthful about her appearance. I sure like that. But we start to narrow up some top shape when we start to analyze her up against the two right above her. But she is awfully, awfully good in her own right. Then the next ULAM and here in fourth, once this young man gets her set up, she looks pretty cool. She is the shortest from flank to flank, and from that last rib back, I'd like to extend her out just a little bit more in order to be more competitive with the ones right above her, but she's awfully good. Then to round out the top five, really a thick maid sheep here to be in fifth. She's a little too round in her pattern. You know, even if you slicked her out and you put her in a slick class, she tends to get a little too round. She doesn't have quite that neatness of her chest floor. She doesn't have that neatness of shoulder that she really needs to have. But she's got too much power to go anywhere other than right where she's at today. Nice class of ULAMs. Congratulations.
Now ready in the Oxford ring for our class of Oxford Slickshorn February ULAMs. Placing on the Oxford February ULAM class, first place to entry 42, Misty Meadows, 0732, Malia. Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second to 43, Misty Meadows, 0730. Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Third to entry 40, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 45, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 5 to entry 46, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. For the Cotswold, our best fleece went to entry number 20, a yearling ewe called Diva, shown by Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. That does conclude our Cotswold show.
Oh, number 19. I got it. It's still Diva.
Again, our champions and reserve champions, best fleeces, we need to go get a photo of you over at the official photo booth so we can use it on the Facebook and the website pages, please. Also, the Cotswold Best Pair class placings are first, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third place, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. 4 to Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. 5 to Alyssa Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. 6 to Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And 7 to Olivia Glenn of Whitestown, Indiana.
With the Oxford Slick ewe lambs, really like the pair that we've got in first and second. The ewe lamb I'm going to start off with is a trimmer pattern, one of the two. She's nicer up through that front end. She's got her shoulder where she needs to have it. I like the way she blends into the shoulder, into that rack, and into that loin, and out to that hip. Ewe lamb in second appears like she's got a little more muscle. She also has a little more condition on her. And when you sit back and you really analyze the one that's going to be in second, she wants to hawk in a little bit too much for me, and she's a little too round once we start to analyze her truly off of her shape from front to rear. But you can sure change that pretty quickly with that buck you put on her. Then you in third, really nice pattern profile. We just need to just explode her out into that rib and into that loin area to be able to get her to go any higher today. But really a nice, complete type of sheep. Then to round off the class with a little larger frame ewe, we just need to tie this particular sheep in together a little bit more and tighten that height up in order to move her any higher. But overall, nice class of ewes.
In this class of slick-sheared Suffolk ewe lambs, we've got a nice pair of ewe lambs at the top of this class. I believe this first ewe is a really complete kind of female. Ultrasound on her feet and legs. She's very feminine through her front. She gets progressively wider as she comes back. Just a good place to start this slick-sheared ewe lamb class. Obviously, a bit more expression of muscle down the top of this second place ewe, and we appreciate her about that. Not quite as feminine, as well balanced through the front 1/3, but really dynamic through that rear 1/3. Similar story in our third place ewe, a big top, big racked kind of ewe. We like that about her. A little more common through that front end, but we do appreciate the muscle that she brings us. Fourth place ewe, a taller, more upstanding ewe. Again, a ewe that's really straight down her spine. Not quite as much total bone as what we have in the ewes right above her, but a nice class of slick-sheared females.
Placing on the
Come out in our second class of Shropshire January ewes out here, just a really powerful made ewe in my mind. In our first place ewe, a ewe that's really extended, really pretty up around that front end. She's got some depth of side to her, but I think she's got some youthfulness to her as well that she's going to continue to go out and grow in my mind. Just a really nice ewe lamb to start this class with. I think our ewe here in second, we like the angularity of her shoulder, how her neck comes into her shoulder there. She's really level about her top. She is giving up some of that center part of the leg muscle versus the ewe ahead of her, but two really nice ewes to come out and start this class with. Two very similar ewe lambs here in third and fourth in my mind. I'm starting with a ewe that's a little longer in her overall body, a little deeper in that flank in my mind. She's just giving up some of the size and scale of those two ewes ahead of her to get up any higher in my mind. Once again, a really green looking ewe here in fourth, a ewe we appreciate for that. She's just giving up some of that length, flank to flank versus those ewes ahead of her to get up any higher in my mind today. One really useful ewe lamb here in fifth. She's just giving up the pounds as it relates to muscle over that top versus the ewes ahead of her, but I think she is a ewe that has a really bright future, is going to go out and continue to grow as the years go on.
placing on the Oxford February Slickshorn ULAM class. First place to entry number 52, Walpe 0014T, Margot Sturgis, Wooster, Ohio. Second to entry number 51, AA 1405 RR, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Third to entry number 53, Cody Curran, Wooster, Ohio. And four to entry 54, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Placing on the January Slickshorn ULAMs for the Suffolks. First place to entry number 144, Macaulay 2974, Chris Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 143, Slack 4192, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third to 142, Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. 4 to 141, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 145, Cade Minnan of Walton, Indiana. Now showing our class of February and later Slickshorn ULAMs for the Suffolks. We're also showing March and later fitted ULAMs for the Oxfords. We have February ULAMs coming into the ring for the Shropshires. Okay. Now to read off the placings of our late class of January ULAMs for the Shropshires. First place went to 108, City Limits Sheep Farm 1408, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry number 98, Brockman 13568, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Third to 101, Samuel McDermott, Elwood, Indiana. Fourth place to 104, Jacob Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. And 5 to 109, Samuel McDermott, Elwood, Indiana.
in the Oxford show ring here. Really nice group of females all the way through. I like these two on top a good bit. The ewe lamb that we're going to start off with is a little higher from the chest floor up and through her neck junction, up through her head, a little cleaner in her makeup, and we're starting to analyze her up in that front end. Boy, you really like this female for her length of spine and the length of hind saddle she has. Really pretty off the side to get back behind her. You're not disappointed with that much width and base that she has in her. Really a nice, complete type of female I sure like a lot. The ewe lamb in second, very similar. We don't see as much length of hind saddle as the ewe lamb right above her, and she doesn't have quite as much elevation from her chest floor upward than the ewe lamb that's in first. That's being awfully critical on an awfully good one, but we need to do that because we've got two good ones out here. She needs to be in second. Very, very nice ewe lamb. The ewe lamb in third, you sure like her profile off to the side. Another pretty female off the side. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's very angular, she's very feminine as you're looking at her. She just got in a tough class in two ewe lambs that are wider top, wider hipped, and wider based. We could change that on this particular female. We could move her up because she is a little bit longer from flank to flank than the ewe lamb right above her. We don't have as much to her. The ewe lamb in fourth is really, for me, pretty common when we're analyzing her breed character about her head and her bone structure. I'd sure like to change that on this particular female. We've got a long spine, we've got a wide hip, but for me, I just need to make her a little bit thicker, a little more woolier in order to be able to move her any higher. But she's really, really good. I need to put her in fourth position. Then to round off the top five, a ewe lamb, again, another big-footed, stout-made bone type of a female. We don't have as much body shape and size into her in hip shape in order to be able to move her higher. But she's really pretty, she's really complete. Keep her coming, she'll make a nice show on you. Good class to use all the way through. Thank you.
In this class of fall, February slick-sheared ewe lambs, I think we've got a pretty logical class winner in my estimation. She's a ewe that whether they're slick-shorn or fitted, they've got to be good structured, they've got to be angular, they've got to run uphill, and she does that to the highest degree within this class. Really angular through that front, tremendously sound-footed, gets really explosive as you come back. A little bit larger framed ewe in second. I like that extra dimension of framework she brings this class. Still, she's got some muscle working down her top, got some muscle working out through that hip, quite a bit frailer in her makeup and her bone work than the ewes on either side of her, but too good in her skeleton to get anywhere other than the second hole today. The ewe in third, probably more similar from a muscle volume perspective, expression of muscle to our class winner. A bigger racked ewe that doesn't tie in quite as well on her top, but she wants to sulk down into that front end more often than here I would probably like. We get down further into the line, some longer sided ewes, some ewes that are a little coarser, a little through their fronts, a little frailer in their makeup, but a nice slick shorn class.
Placing on the February and later class of slick-shorn ewe lambs for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 153, Cruitt, 1470, Shelby D'Ornelis, Monticello, Illinois. Second place to entry 157, Yazel, Suffolks, Pleasure Point Farm, 433, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Third to 152, Jansen Cooper, Mount Pulaski, Illinois. 4 to 150, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 5 to 154, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Placing on the March fitted ULAM class of the Oxfords, first place goes to entry 57, Misty Meadows, 0733 Cloud 9, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second place to 60, Benjamin, 1445, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Third to entry number 63, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 55, Jillian Bingen of West Bend, Wisconsin. And 5 to 62, Austin Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa.
Yeah, tell me that again. In our junior champion slick shear drive here, we've got 4 very nice Suffolk females. I think they represent the breed in this division quite well. Certainly some differences among them, but as you analyze their soundness, their skeleton, the way they're built from front to rear, there's more similarities than differences in these ewes. Certainly should put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors. We'll go out and select our champion in reserve.
For the Slick Oxford ULAM class, really got a neat one to start off with. I sure like her style and the way she's balanced up off the ground up and through her chest floor. I really like her as far as her muscle capacity that she has, and still staying very feminine. She's straightened her line. She's got enough depth of rib and springer rib in her, and depth of flank. She's the right kind to be able to do a lot of neat things in her here in the Oxford breed. The ULAM, it's in seconds, a little bit a bigger frame, which is not a problem to her. She's a little rounder in her pattern when we start to analyze her. In through her shoulder, a little more common about her shoulder. I sure like to change that about her. And when we get back behind her mix, we want to level her out from flank to flank, just a little bit to compare her to the class winner, a little bit easier. The ULAM that's in third probably does that more so than the second one. She's a little tubey when you're analyzing her, a little more common about her shoulder structure, a little more rounder when we start to look at some muscle pattern. Like to just deepen her up just a little bit in order to get her any higher. But overall, a nice class of ULAMs. Thank you.
Now ready on the Oxford ring for junior champion and reserve junior champion. So we need all the slick and the fitted from the junior classes, first and second, back in the ring at this time. We do want to announce the Oxford's Futurity program for their Futurity ULAM for this year. In sixth place, we had Chloe Decker with Shrout, 1402. In fifth, Jillian Bingen with KF Acres, 1427. In fourth, Lauren Moore with Hatfield, 431. In third, Nathan Long with Dover Genetics, 1413. In second, Tyler Angus with Dover Genetics, 1328. And our winner goes to Jordan Barnett, KF Acres, 1411. Placing on the Oxford class of Slickshorn, March, and later born ULAMs, first to entry 65, Walpy 0012 Hayes, Margot Sturgis, Wooster, Ohio. Second to 67, Walpy 0013 Harrison, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to 66, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 68, Kenyon Buckland. And 5th to entry 69, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. For our Suffolk show, our junior Slick Shorn champion went to our January class winner, 144 Macaulay, 2974 Chris Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve went to our February and later Slick Shorn ULAM class winner, entry 153 Cruitt, 1470 Shelby Diornellis, Monticello, Illinois.
Certainly waded through a lot of high-quality Suffolk ewes to get to these 4 fitted females that are pretty outstanding. I think as we analyze the 2 yearling ewes, that they've got a tremendous amount of thickness, they've got good bone, they track around the ring very well. I think there's a lot of quality in those 2 ewes. You certainly like the style, the balance, the usefulness on these 2 younger females that come from the junior division. All 4 are very high-quality Suffolk females. I like their bone. I like their type. I think there's some really neat sheep out here. The kids have done a real nice job getting these sheep out here. I appreciate it. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we go out and select our champion and reserve fitted females.
Our fitted champion ewe for the Suffolks goes to our senior champion fitted ewe. Out of the yearling ewe class, FERT Class 1, 037 entry, Case Slack, 1111, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve out of that same class, entry number 043, Silver Dollar BHR 1335, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Now ready to show for Slick Shorn champion ewe. And then we'll show for an overall grand champion and reserve grand champion using that fitted champion and reserve along with the one selected from this class of Slick Shorns.
You see our February ewe lambs out here in our Shropshire show just to have a really complete, really eye-appealing ewe to start this class. She's ewe lamb coming down on a big foot. We really like that. I think she's still got a lot of youthfulness, a lot of grow left in this ewe lamb. She's not extreme in her rear muscle as you view her from behind. I think she's extremely adequate when we talk about that muscle, but we really like all the points of this ewe lamb to get to the top part of this class in my mind. I think our ewe in second follows along very similarly in that aspect. When you view her from behind, she's really flat and square and true over that top as she comes out into a wide hip. She's just not quite the size of our first place ewe, and that's where it's going to come down to in my mind. But they're two very similar, two very good ewes all the way through in first and second. And then we move into two ewes here in third and fourth. They're probably a notch in the bigger frame category if we want to talk. I really like this ewe in third as we talk about rib shape and muscle up over that top from that rack through that loin. For me, it's just as we look at her from the front end as compared to the two ewes ahead of her. She gets a little coarser about that shoulder, a little coarser about that neck work to move up any higher in this class. But I think body-wise, very deserving of being here in the third place spot today. Once again, our ewe here in fourth follows along very similar in that aspect. She's not quite as long as we view her from the side view of our third place ewe, but a really good, really deep-sided ewe to sit here in fourth. Really long, level-made ewe here to round out our top five. She's just missing some of that muscle right in the center part of that leg versus the four ahead of her, but she's a really good top ewe, a really wide top ewe, a really deserving to be in the top five. And then as we move down the class, a really deep, really excellent class. I think all of these exhibitors deserve a nice round of applause, bringing out a great group of ewe lambs.
Here in the Oxford ring, yeah, I think we need to put our hands together and give these young people a round of applause. Really good set of young females to evaluate whether they have wool on them or they don't have the wool on them. We sure like the structure. We like the way these females are made as far as up to those front ends, very feminine up to the front end, through the head. They've got a lot of natural thickness to them. They've got some width of base to them. Really happy with what we're seeing here in our first and seconds. I congratulate each and every one of you. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready to show for overall grand champion and reserve grand champion ewe. Your junior champion came out of the Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, entry 39, AA 14046, Kenyon Buckland of Huntington, Indiana. The reserve junior champion came out of the fitted March and later ewe lamb class, entry 57, Misty Meadows 0733, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Again, now ready to show for grand and reserve grand. So we'll need that senior champion in reserve along with the junior champion in reserve just selected. Over on the Suffolk side of the ring, just finished up our champion Slickshorn winners. And our champion Slickshorn was our junior champion out of the January ewe lamb class, 144 Macaulay 2974, Chris Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve Slickshorn was our reserve junior champion, and that was entry 153, Cruitt, 1470, Shelby D'Ornelas, Monticello, Illinois. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ewe.
Certainly been a pleasure to sort through your Junior Suffolk show here this afternoon and this evening. I think that we've got four individuals that represent their breed and their program quite well. I like the big rugged yearling ewes that we have out here. I think they came out of some very competitive water. I think the two slick-sheared females, both junior ewe lambs, I think are really good today and have a lot of quality future ahead of them. Again, let's put our hands together one more time and congratulate these winners, and I'll go congratulate your champions for today.
Grand Champion Shropshire U goes to our, Grand Champion Suffolk U goes to our fitted Champion U out of the first class of yearling U's, 037 K Slack 1111, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve was our reserve champion fitted, which was our reserve senior champion fitted, 043 Silver Dollar BHR 1335, Thomas Thompson of Lebanon, Indiana. Now ready for Suffolk State Flock. Suffolk State Flock. Placing on the Shropshire February early U Lamb class. First place goes to entry 124, D. Hicks 1408, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 134, Flanders VIP 4895, Bridget Williams, Arcadia, Indiana. Third place to entry number 120, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to entry number 132, Jaden Slutz. And 5th to entry number 117, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. On the Oxford ring in ring 4, we're finishing up that Oxford show with the Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion. Fall Ram Lambs for the Katahdins will be your next class. For the Dorpers will be your next class. Fall Ram Lambs for the Dorpers will be the next class in that ring.
Here in the Oxford ring and Dorper ring too, by the way. But we're ready for our champion Oxford U. Really had a great set of females to evaluate. Let's give these young people a round of applause. Nice set of females all the way through. We've got some slicked Oxfords here in this run-up, and we've got some fitted ones, and we surely appreciate, again, what they bring out here. We've got some width, and we got some muscle, and we got some shape to them. I think when we sit back and we really analyze them, whether we have the wool on them or we slick them out, we still should be seeing the same product. And for me, I'm very pleased with what we have out here. Again, congratulations. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve use.
For the Oxford show, our grand champion went to entry number 39, AA 14046, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, the Slickshorn January ULAM, our junior champion. The reserve champion overall went to the Yearling U, our senior champion, entry number 15, Kelly Lee O'Brien 1321, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Again, we're now ready to move into our Dorper show. Dorpers. Ready for Fall Ram Lambs. Dorper, Fall Ram Lambs to the ring, please. This is final call for Suffolk State Flock. Final call, Suffolk State Flock.
As we round out our Shropshire female show here, a really complete ewe lamb in my mind to start this class with. She's not the longest as we view her from the side, but she's long enough in my mind. But she's really level and true right out through that dock, carrying a lot of muscle over that rack. And she's a youthful appearing ewe. I think a ewe that's going to continue to grow out and grow, and I think that's important as we talk about these late lambs. I grant our ewe here in seconds, maybe a notch longer as we view her from the side. She just gives up some of that muscling at the top of the hip and down into that lower part of the leg versus our first place ewe. But I think a really good, powerful ewe in her own mind. A more young appearing ewe here in third, a ewe that gives up some of that overall length of body of the two ewes ahead of her, and that's what we're going to see her in third for me today. But I think a really good top ewe with a lot of muscle and a lot of promise in front of her. A little taller framed ewe here in fourth, a ewe that doesn't fit together as we talk about right in that lower part of the chest floor. She gets a little wastier in that aspect, not standing try to straight and true as the three ewes ahead of her, but as we talk about that rib shape and length and width at top and levelness at top, I think she's very deserving of moving up into this spot. And then probably the longest sided ewe lamb here of our top group in fifth, she's also the shallowest body though, and that's what's going to get her into fifth for me today. I'd like to just deepen that flank in her as we see her from the side view to get up any higher today, but a really extremely good ewe in her own right. As well as our three ewes on the side there, just a nice deep class to finish up our individual classes for our Shropshire ewes.
Placing on the Shropshire class of March or later ewe lambs, first to 147, D. Hicks, 1438, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second to 148, Rife, 14229, Emily Petzel, Centura, Wisconsin. Third to entry number 150, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 4 to 144, Gracie Richardson, Grand Island, Nebraska. 5 to 150, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana.
This first class of Dorpers really got a stout-made type of a buck to start off the class. He's the longest spine ram that we have. I like the way he blends in that shoulder into that neck, and when we get back into that rib, he blends in a little neater and a little tighter, or a little, gives more expression of rib shape down to the lower portion of that rib versus our second place ram. Little nicer off those pastures, and when we get back right up on top of him, we start to handle that hind saddle, he is definitely longer from that last rib back. And we need to start use the ram that's in second. He mostly follows the type and kind of the ram that's going to win the class. A little tighter into the rib, and pinches up a little bit in that flank area. I like to drop him down in those two areas in order to be able to move him up. But another nice ram. Then around off a class with a long spine type of sheep, really correct about his movement. We just need to make him a little bigger for his age in order to be able to be more competitive. But overall, nice class of bucks.
Placing on the Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 3, TA 1521, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. Second to entry 1, TA 1478, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. And third to entry 4, Peyton Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri.
Dorper ring, three nice rams to evaluate. The ram we're going to start off with is a really a wide-based buck. I really like him about that. I like the way he comes up from his chest floor. He comes up from his chest floor into his neck a lot neater, a lot sounder into the center portion of that chest, and their second place buck. I like his width of base. He's just tremendous into there. He moves extremely well. And we started really analyzing these three bucks. He's the widest over the top of his rack. He comes with a lot of width and dimension down through his rib and down to the lower portion of that rib. I really appreciate that. Comes back with a lot of width and a lot of dimension and muscle shape. We have a lot of depth of flank. Really a nice sheep from end to end. The ram in second, really longer spine when we're analyzing him up the class winner. But when we sit back and we just see some things that we need to change there, even though he's a little bit longer, we sure need to have that chest floor made just a little bit different. Want to give him a more Springer rib down low in order to move him higher. Went around off the class with what I estimate is a narrowest base sheep that's out here. And he's not narrow base as the other two are just has more width to him. But here's a buck that, again, we'd sure like to give more dimension to this particular sheep when we're analyzing the lower third compared to the two rams above him. But overall, a nice class of rams, being pretty picky on three good ones.
Placing on the winter ram lamb class for the Dorper Show, first place to entry 8, Slack, 1160, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 7, RFG 1534, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. And third to entry 5, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. We're now ready for Spring Ram Lambs. Spring Ram Lambs for the Dorper White Dorper Show.
As we round out our Shropshire Ewes show here, as I look out here in our Champion Reserve Drive, I'm really happy with the quality of the ewes out here. As I always talk about, it's one man's opinion on one day out here in this ring, but I would argue as you look through this group of ewes that there's a lot of similarities out here. I think they're really big-bodied ewes. They're ewes with some rib shape, as we talk about ewes that we want to go on and be mothers. I think they're really long-bodied. They got some levelness. They have a lot of muscle to them. And then we always add the show ring component to it. I think they have some eye appeal and some flash to them as well. And I think that's important as we talk about being in a show ring as well as going home and making lambs for each and every one of us as we see out here today. There's two ewes out here that I have in my mind. There's one that really jumped to the top, and then I wanted to find my one that I thought fit right behind her and looked in that same package to come right behind in my reserve. I think all these exhibitors deserve a really big round of applause. Brought out a great set of females out here today in our Shropshire show. I'll go out and shake the hands of our Champion Reserve.
For the Shropshires, our grand champion ewe went to entry number 41, which was first in the early yearling ewe class. Avery, 1320, Blossom, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. The reserve grand champion ewe came out of the second class of January ewe lambs, the late class. 108 was the entry number. City Limits Sheep Farm 1408, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. That does conclude our Shropshire show. We're ready to move into our Katahdins. There are no falls, so we need January Ram Lambs. Katahdin, January Ram Lambs.
Here in the Dorper ring, another nice pair of rams. We're going to start off with a bigger foot, the stouter made bone type of a buck to win this class. When we look back and we analyze the two together, once you get up on top of him, he just has a lot more width of top and width of hip in him. We see more natural thickness from end to end, so we need to start with that particular sheep. The ram in second is a real pretty pattern type of a ram. With that being said, we also need to have a little more mass to him when we look at the bone shape and foot size, and then get up on top of him just to kind of explode him out through his top a little bit more. He's a long pattern sheep. He's got some neat pieces to him. We just need to make him a little bit more of his kind today. Nice class of bucks. Thank you.
For the Dorpers, we're now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Dorper Ram. So we need the class winners and second place animals of the previous 3 classes in the ring at this time. Placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class for the Dorper White Dorper show, first place goes to entry 11. Axum Ranch 1029, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. Second place to entry 10. Deer Run Ranch 1423, Rylan Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. Again, we need Katahdin. January Ram Lambs into the ring. Katahdin, January Ram Lambs to the ring now, please.
Well, just a lone entry here to start off our Katahdin Ram show, but a really high quality one in my mind. We talk about really long bodied, level made ram with some boldness to that rib and standing out straight and true on all 4 legs. Just a good representation of the breed as our entry in this class. Let's give this exhibit a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Katahdin class of January Ram Lambs, first place to entry 2, DHG 404, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Now ready in the ring.
In the Dorper ring, we've had a nice ram show, not a very big ram show, but a nice set of rams to evaluate. You know, when we're looking at these, whether we're looking at Dorpers or any other breed, we sure like to see that muscle pattern. We like to see that muscle pattern going all the way down and deep into the twist and down through the center portion of that leg. And I start back and I start to analyze what we have out here in these 6, what they bring out here. They're wide enough base. They're structurally correct. They got some width to them. They got some length to body. But where are they really as far as muscle shape and muscle pattern as of today and keeping everything together? Today, for me, we're going to use this buck right here for your champion. Really a nice sheep. I like the pattern that he's got. It's a very uniform pattern, the muscle. And then it gets to be probably a little bit closer when we start to analyze the ones, the bucks on either end, and then you get down the bucket that's over on that side over there. I think when we sit back and we really analyze on the way these rib shapes are coming together, rib shapes are a lot of an indicator also to muscle. And so when we get back and we really look at them and we see where they're at and how they set up on the side, we're going to use the young man's buck right here to be reserved. Congratulations.
For the Dorper show, our champion goes to entry number 8, first place in the winter Ram Lamb class, Slack 1160, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve goes to our first place fall Ram Lamb, 03, TA 1521, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. Now ready for our class of senior yearling ewes. Senior yearling ewes for the Dorpers, please. Over on the Katahdin ring, we're now showing our Katahdin class of February and later Ram Lambs.
Four quality rams out in my mind out here in our Katahdin show. I'm starting with a ram I think is the longest sided. If we view him from the side, he's a really level made ram, standing straight and true on all four legs as we see him. Then you get your hands on him. He's got some width at the top and some muscle all the way down, and a really nice ram to start this class with. As we come into our second place ram, I think follows along as similarly as any in his type and kind. So we talk about that length of side and that extension up through his front end. I'd like to straighten him out over that top just a little bit to get him ahead of our first place ram, but a really good ram in his own right. That levelness of design is what's going to get our third place ram over our fourth place ram in my mind. He's just a little leveler made overall. He's getting a little woolier as we view him out here today, but I think if we take that depth aside, we're going to set this ram in third and be really nice with him. A little taller framed ram here in fourth to round out the class. He's just going to break a little bit more behind the shoulders, round out quite a bit more over the dock versus the rams ahead of him to get up any higher. But a really good class all the way through the ram lines. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Katahdin exhibitors, we're now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ram. So you first two don't go too far. Now ready to show for Katahdin champion ram. So we'll need the first place animal of that senior ram lamb. Pardon me.
Yeah, 1st January.
First place animal out of that January Ram Lamb class and the first and second out of the February and later Ram Lamb class in the ring now, please. Over on the Dorper ring, we're showing senior yearling ewes. Senior yearling ewes should be in the ring.
We talked about our 3 Ram Lambs that are out here for our champion drive and our Katahdin show. I think each one of them have some good qualities, and we view them out here. For me today, as we talk about overall length to side and levelness, we're going to use our first place in our senior class, our January class there, to be our champion. Come back with our first place in our late class to be our reserve. 2 really well-deserving class winners to be our champion reserve, taking nothing away from our second place Ram. Really good group. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placing on the February and later Ram Lambs for the Katahdins, first to entry 9, LUZ 810D, Rachel D. Ornelas, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. Second place to 11, DHG 437, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Third to entry 7, Alea Strasser of Crawfordsville, Indiana. 4 to entry 6, Rachel D. Ornelas, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. Champion Ram for the Katahdins was our first place January Ram Lamb, DHG 404, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. The reserve was our first place in the February and later Ram Lamb class, entry number 9, LUZ 810D, Rachel D. Ornelas, Bonnets Mill, Missouri.
In the Dorper yearling ewe class over here, really like this Dorper ewe that we have to start the class. Little bigger frame type of a female, really long spine. She's really deep in that rib. A lot of mass to her, but very feminine yet about her head. She's probably a little overdone as far as conditioning. I probably would cut her back just a little bit. She's really piling up there on her brisket, on her chest area. We like to trim that down. But with that being said, we just have too much power to do nothing more than put her in first. The ewe that we have in second is extremely nice. I like her straightness of lines. I like her width of hip. I like the amount of muscle shape she has. But when we analyze her, we still don't have enough of her. We need to extend her out from flank to flank. She wants to get a little rolly on you when you're looking at her up through the front shoulder. And if you could just extend her out, she could make that muscle pattern kind of stretch down just a little bit more. But overall, nice class of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior yearling ewe class for the Dorper White Dorper show, first to entry 13, Inbody F1283, Mark Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second to entry 14, RFG 1447, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. Now ready for junior yearling ewes. Junior yearling ewes.
have some differences out here in our 5 yearling ewes and our Katahdin show and kind of go back and forth. I'm using what I think is a very feminine ewe up through the front end with a lot of extension. She's also the levelest mate as we talk about the ewes out here over that top. When we view her from the side, she's got some depth of rib to her, just a really nice eye-appealing ewe in my mind to start this class with. 2 really big ribbed ewes to sit here in second and third, but a lot of that in my mind is the conditioning on these ewes, and that's what's going to get our big ewe here in second in my mind. She's carrying way too much condition in my mind at this point in the year, but we really like her for her overall size and scale to be up in the top part of this class. Same with our ewe here in third. The overall length of body is what gets her over our ewe here in fourth in my mind. We talk about the condition score to be able to move up any higher in this class. A really nice sound made ewe here in fourth, just once again giving up some of that overall length of side and that levelness right behind the shoulders to move up any higher in this class. And then probably a ewe that's a little leveler in her overall makeup, just giving her some of the eye appeal and design versus the ewes ahead of her to get up any higher to round out this class, but a really good class of yearling ewes. These will also be our first and second will be our senior champion and reserve senior champion. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Katahdin, first to entry 18, SHU 3524, Andrea Steele, Cato Mills, Texas. Second to 17, LUZ 701, Rachel Diornellis, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. 3 to entry 21, Rachel Diornellis. 4 to entry 16, Andrea Steele, Cato Mills, Texas. And 5 to entry 20, Hancock Farms and Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. And again, that first place animal of SHU 3524, Andrea Steele, will be your senior champion. And the second place, entry 17, LUZ 701 of Rachel Diornellis, will be your reserve senior champion female in the Katahdin show. Now ready for January ewe lambs.
Nice class of yearling ewes here in the Dorper Ring all the way through. We're going to give a little bit of an advantage here to this yearling ewe that's going to win the class for having a set of lambs on her. I sure like this female up through her front end. She's got some extension to her. She's got some length of spine to her. She's in great shape taking care of some lambs. I really like the style and the balance that she has in through the shoulder and the way she comes in through her rib. She's got a lot of natural width and dimension into the center portion of that rib. Carries back that muscling, extremely nice pattern when you get out to that hip and down to that lower leg. Really a cool shape off the side, and then raising some lambs on the side with that. I think it's a little closer between our next three. The ewe that I'm going to use next is a little neater into the chest floor. She comes out the top of her shoulder a little nicer, a little straighter back past that shoulder area into that rack. I sure like this female out through her hip. Really a white base, stout mate kind of female to be in second. The female that's going to be in third is a little longer spine female than we see the ones that are going to be in fifth. Again, we see a little bit more condition on some of these than we really need to have. But I sure like when we sit back and we analyze what we have, the female in third with length of spine and the width and base that she has, she needs to be in third. Then to complete the round off the class, with the fifth place shoe, just giving up some overall dimension and muscle and shape than you use above her. She's got a lot of great things to her. She's long spine, she's long hip. We just need to tie her up a little bit neater to get her any higher, but a nice class of use. Thank you.
We are now showing on the Katahdin ring Fall Ewe Lamb. Fall Ewe Lamb, single entry in that class. Then we will show for senior champion and reserve senior champion before we go on to our junior Ewe Lamb class, which is January's. For Dorper, we're now ready for Fall Ewe Lambs. Fall Ewe Lambs for the Dorpers in the ring, please.
Our lone entry out here in our fall ewe lamb class in our Katahdin show. Just a really nice youthful appearing ewe that's really got some length of body and some levelness in the overall design. A ewe that I think will continue and go out and be a good yearling ewe, but could have stood a lot more competition. A really nice lone entry in this fall ewe lamb class.
Placing on the fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 22. SPL 1616, Hancock Farms and Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion. We'll need that first and second place out of the yearling ewe class to come back in the ring to show with this senior ewe lamb for senior champion and reserve senior champion.
I do like this fall ewe lamb as our lone entry in our Katahdin fall ewe lamb class, but for me, for our senior champion, we're going to stay with our 2 yearling ewes for champion and reserve champion overall for our senior champion. Taking nothing away from our fall ewe lamb, let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Now our senior champion and reserve senior champion both came out of the yearling class. Entry 18 was your champion, SHU 3524, Andrea Steele, Cato Mills, Texas. The reserve senior goes to entry 17, second in that yearling ewe class, LUZ 701, Rachel Diornellis, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. Now we're ready to bring in January ewe lambs. January ewe lambs into the ring, please. The Shropshire's overall futurity winner is Kaylee Ellsbury of Greenfield, Indiana, with Durham 1545. Kaylee is also the winner of her regional division of the futurity as well. The East Division was won by Taylor Harrison of Tivoli, New York, with Washburn 1420, and the Ohio Division was won by Jake Mingus, Tip City, Ohio, with Eisler 1443.
Here in the Dorper ring, 4 really nice ewe lambs to evaluate. I sure like the the length of spine, the ewe lamb that's going to win the class. Little bigger of frame. We got a little bit more length of body. We got more length of front end on this particular female. We got more capacity in her as we evaluate the rib shape and in through her middle and down through her flank. Really has done a nice job growing up to this point. Going to continue on to even get more mass to her as we continue on. Just really a nice, neat kind of sheep when we get off to the side. The young man's ewe here in second, I think easily does so for me. Really, when we look at her compared to the next two right behind her, she has the most volume of muscling and muscle shape. From the very top of her shoulder all the way back to her hip. She's really wide base. You like the way her shoulder blends into her rib and her rib blends into her flank and all the way up to her hip. She just easily comes in the second very nicely. And then the ewe here in third, we will see more mass to her than we did the young lady's ewe in the fourth. I just need to have more shape to this particular female in third in order to get her any higher, but she definitely has more shape to her today with the young ladies in fourth. Young ladies, you in fourth, a nice made type of female. We don't have the boldness, we don't have the rib or the muscle mass in order to be able to move her any higher, but overall, nice class of ewes. Thank you.
Really exceptional January ewe lamb to start this class in our Katahdin show here when we talk about that length of sides and levelness of the design. Really up-headed, really extended ewe to start this class. Just a really fine example in my mind, a really easy winner. Our ewe lamb in second. Here, a really big rib, deep-sided ewe. She's just not quite as level behind that shoulder out through that dock as our first place usually get ahead of her, but a really feminine ewe in her own right. And then as we round out our class on the third place ewe, she's just giving up that levelness of design, that squareness out. She's standing on those feet and legs, but she's a very youthful ewe lamb in her own right. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Now ready for Katahdin February ewe lambs. And over on the Dorper ring, we're ready for winter ewe lambs. Winter ewe lambs. It's not wanting to mute. There. Placing on the Dorper Junior Yearling U class, first place to entry 18, Deer Run Ranch 1309, Peyton Nix of Mountain Grove, Missouri. Second place to 22, Deer Run Ranch 1332, Ryland Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. Third to entry 17, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. 4 to 21, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. And 5 to entry 19, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Placing on the Dorper Fall Ewe Lamb class, first to 23, RFG 1473, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. Second to entry 24, RFG 1475, Wyatt Wirtz. Third to entry 27, Peyton Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. And 4 to 25, Ryland Nix, Mountain Grove, Missouri. Placing on the Katahdin January ewe lamb class, first to entry 33, ZW6641, Thomas Crome, Marshall, Illinois. Second to entry 25, DHG 401, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Third to 35, RLH 1402, Hancock Farms and Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois.
In the Dorper ring, we've got 4 nice ewe lambs to evaluate, but got some differences out here. We're going to use a long spine, particular female, to win this class. I think a little more for me. She's more in the right condition that she needs to be at this particular time in her lifespan. I see a little more angularity and a little more length of front end up and through her neck, as we see in a couple of the rest of them. She has that equinominal muscle in her for as of right now. I don't expect that these females to be wound extremely tight as right now is what they would see maybe as yearling ewes. I think for this particular sheep and where she's at and today, she's right where she needs to be. And I really like her out through her hip and her dock area compared to maybe a couple others. For me, she's going to fit in the first hole. The ewe lamb is in second, probably the most complete female that's out here. She's not as long as a couple of them, but she is really straight spine. She's really good out through her dock. She's square enough. She has enough pieces to her that's in the right spot to be where she needs to be, really feminine. I don't visualize this ewe ever growing out to be a massive, huge type of a female, but I think we need to appreciate her for her straightness, her squareness, and her levelness to be able to put her in the second. And we get a couple ewes here next that maybe have a little more width at base as of right now. But with that being said, we start to see some ewes that start to pinch in through that heart area. I like to just blow them up for as much width at base and volume they have in their belly. I'd sure like to give them a little bit more deeper into their rib and explode them out just a little bit more. Make them a little more feminine about their front ends because they've got a lot of good pieces to them. If they just change that, we can move them up. Nice class of ewes. Thank you.
As we come out in our Katahdin ewe lamb class here, I'm starting with the ewe lamb that's by far the longest bodied ewe lamb out here in the class. She's really level in her overall makeup. She's standing on good feet and legs, really extended up through that front end. Just a really nice, complete ewe in my mind to start this class off with. A ewe lamb here in second is a problem ewe lamb for me. I appreciate her for that spring of rib, that depth of side that she has today. She just dropping too far behind her shoulders and rolling out over that dock too much to get ahead of our first place ewe. But for overall length of body and depth of rib is why she's going to be in second over our ewes here in third and fourth. I think they're really eye-appealing ewes. They'll grant a more level in their overall design versus the ewe ahead of them. They're just giving up too many pounds and boldness to that to our first two ewes. I'm starting with you. It's just a notch a little longer here in third over our as we view her from the side, in third over fourth in my mind. And then rounding out our top five, just a ewe. She's not as clean over that top, standing a little narrower off those rear legs versus the ewe lambs ahead of her. And then some nice ewe lambs as we round out the class. A really good class. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Now ready in the Dorper ring for our spring ewe lambs. We're ready over on the Katahdin side of the ring for March ewe lambs. Placing on the Katahdin February ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 36, SHU 3611, Cooper Gehring, Columbia, Missouri. Second place to entry 42, DOCP 1308, Rachel Diornellis, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. Third to entry number 43, Thomas Crome, Marshall, Illinois. 4 to 45, Thomas Crome, Marshall, Illinois. 5 to entry 40, Rachel Diornellis, Bonnets Mill, Missouri.
Here in the Dorper ring, only 2 late ewe lambs to evaluate, but we got a pretty good one to win this class. Boy, I sure like her down her spine. She's really level for this type of breed, and she's got a great look to her front end, really long from that last rib back. And I like the way her shape of her muscle pattern is. She's got some room to grow and to get bigger and get better all the time. Like her depth of rib and her depth of flank and her squareness. She's very feminine, really a nice female to start this class off. Young man's ewe lamb here next, a little shorter made. We don't see quite as much length of spine or length of hip as we see in the ewe lamb right above her. But she's got some muscle to her. She's got some time to grow. She's still young. She'll continue on and grow out and develop and be a nice yearling ewe for this young man next year.
Placing on the Dorper White Dorper Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 36, SRC 1401, Sandra Klum of Harrod, Ohio. Second place to entry 38, AXM Ranch 1023, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion ewe for the Dorper White Dorpers.
Running out our individual classes here for our Kata and Showa. 2 females that I grant aren't the biggest in their overall frame size, but I think as we talk about that levelness, the design, that upheadedness, the extension up through that front end is what gets them to the top part of this class. In my mind, I'm using a ewe lamb here in first. I think it's just a little wider over the top versus our second place ewe, but 2 really extremely good ewe lambs all the way through. A bigger ribbed kind of ewe here in third, and I appreciate her for that as we talk about the pounds that she's bringing out here to the class today. She just gets a little rounder behind her shoulder, a little rounder out over that dock versus the 2 ewes ahead of her in my mind, but we appreciate her femininity and that spring of rib to her. And then we come out to our ewe lambs here in fourth and fifth, just giving up some of that overall length to side of the 3 ewes ahead of them, that smoothness in their overall design. And our 6th place ewe lamb, a really green appearing ewe lamb. Ewe lamb is just not quite as smooth over that top and out over that rump, but she's really young looking ewe lamb that I think might have a good future. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the March U Lamb class and later for the Katahdin, first place to entry 59, ZWT 6646, Thomas Crome, Marshall, Illinois.
They're doing a junior, I guess.
Second place to entry 56, ZWT 6645, Thomas Crome, Marshall, Illinois. Third place to 54, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. 4 to 58, Skyla Strasser, Crawfordsville, Indiana. And 5 to 57, Skyla Strasser. Now judging for our junior champion for the Katahdin show, junior champion in reserve, and then we'll do our overall grand and reserve grand champion. We're also judging for our champion and reserve champion, Dorper U.
I think in my mind we have 6 really good ewe lambs out here for our junior champion. They're ewes that are standing good, straight and true on all 4 legs. They got some length to body. They have some extension up through that front end. I think the Katahdin should be really happy with this group out here. I know I am. For my mind, I have 2 ewe lambs that just moved to the top a little higher than the rest, but let's give all 6 of the exhibitors a nice round of applause. Brought out a great set of females here in our junior division.
Out here for the Dorper champion and reserve champion ewes. We've had a nice female show. Let's give these young people a round of applause for bringing a good set out. We've got a lot of neat things that are out here in each one of these. We could talk about them and can flip some things around a little bit. I think there's 2 for me as a pattern that I sure like in these particular sheep. They're sound and they've got enough width to base and they've got enough muscle shape. And for females, they're very feminine. And I think that's where we need to be able to have it, whatever breed we're doing. For me, so I think that for me, I'm satisfied with a couple that I already have in my mind. Again, thank you for the opportunity to do your Dorpers. It's been a privilege for me. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
For the Katahdins, our junior champion was the class winner of the February ewe lamb class, entry 36, SHU 3611, Cooper Gehring, Columbia, Missouri. The reserve was our January ewe lamb winner, entry 33, ZWT 6641, Thomas Crome, Marshall, Illinois. On the Katahdin ring, we're now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. For our Dorper show, our champion ewe is our fall ewe lamb winner. Entry 23, RFG 1473, Wyatt Wirtz, Raymond, Ohio. The reserve champion was our spring entry 36, SRC 1401, Sandra Klume, Herod, Ohio.
As we round out our Katahdin show out here, I think in my mind we have 6 individuals out here, really good representatives of the breed in my mind. I think they're structurally good. They have some length of body. They have some spring to that rib, some femininity aspects to them. I think all that is important. I have 2 out here in my mind that I'm going to go out and shake the hands of for our champion reserve. Let's give all 4 of them a really nice round of applause. Did a great job out here this afternoon.
Our senior champion U was our grand champion overall U for the Katahdin show. That's entry 18, SHU 3524, Andrea Steele, Cato Mills, Texas. Our reserve champion overall went to our junior champion, entry 36 out of the February ULAM class, SHU 3611, Cooper Gehring, Columbia, Missouri. At this time, we're ready to show for our Supreme Champion U. Supreme Champion U. We will be doing that in what was ring number 2. That way we can video stream it. Ring number 2. Where we finished the Suffolk show just a little while ago. That's where we're going to do this Supreme Champion U drive. Supreme Champion U. All breed champion U's, please bring your animals to the ring. Come to the north end of the ring, and you're going to be in the ring toward the announcer's stand, not the ring toward the bleachers. The ring toward the announcer's stand, entering from the north end. Katahdin exhibitors, they'd like to get a photo of you in your ring as a group photo right now. Okay, let's bring those animals in. The folks out here in the ring will get you lined up. Cade Speldy, bring your border Cheviot in, your first. Followed by Connor and Paige Vincent with your white border Leicester. McKenna Young with your natural colored border Leicester. The Columbia will follow the natural colored border Leicester.
I saw your photo this morning.
Then the Cordale of Cody Wolf. Then the Cotswold of Lauren Moore. The Dorper of Wyatt Wirtz. The Horn Dorset, Christina Schatz. The Pole Dorset of Sarah Moore. Need the Dorper, then the Horn Dorset, then the Pole Dorset. Then the Hampshire. Then the Katahdin. Andrea Steele, we need your Katahdin. Then the white Lincoln, followed by the natural colored Lincoln. Then the Monadale. Then the natural color. The Oxford. The Romney. The Shetland. The Shropshire. Southdown. Suffolk, and the Tunis. Let's give all of our breed champion females a nice round of applause. These kids have worked awful hard today to get to this point. Our exhibitors out here with the border Cheviot is Cade Speldy of Wisconsin. With the white border Lester, Paige and Connor Vincent of Delaware. With the natural colored border Lester, we have McKenna Young of Illinois. The Columbia, Alec Balmer of Wisconsin. The Corriedale, Cody Wolf of Ohio. The Cotswold is Lauren Moore of Illinois. The Dorper, Wyatt Wirtz of Ohio. The Horn Dorset, Christina Schatz of Ohio. The Pole Dorset, Sarah Moore of Illinois. The Hampshire, Jada Schroyer of Ohio. The Katahdin, Andrea Steele of Texas. The White Lincoln, Justin Taylor of Wisconsin. Natural Colored Lincoln, Rebecca Starkenberg of Wisconsin. The Monadale, Austin Coors of Illinois. The Natural Colored, Cody Wolf of Ohio. The Oxford is Kenyon Buckland of Indiana. The Romney, Ethan Kennedy of New York. The Shetland, Anna Hopkins of Indiana. The Shropshire, Dalton Hicks of Oklahoma. The Southdown is Lexi Grace of New Hampshire. The Suffolk is Andrew Slack of Wisconsin. And the Tunis, Rachel Shambo of Wisconsin. We want to thank our 4 judges today, Tor Sorensen, who worked Ring 1, Ring 2, Mark Johnson from Illinois, Matt Scramlin in Ring 3 from Michigan, and Tim Fleener from Pennsylvania did Ring 4. Let's give those 4 gentlemen a nice round of applause for their help with our juniors.
Well, I lost out on Draw the Straw. They went with the senior one, and that would be me. But really a great set of females that we had the opportunity to evaluate here today. I think we ought to give these young people a round of applause. They came from really a tough group all the way through. Every one of these shows were really extremely deep, and we really appreciate that, and we can actually see that once we're out here. We've got a lot of great females that can move. We've got females that are really attractive, and then to get into these wool breeds, we got females that have a great fleece from front to rear. Really appreciate that. Again, I'm talking for my fellow judges over here. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a privilege and an honor to be able to come here again this year and evaluate your sheep and your young people, and it's been a real fun trip all the way through. Again, congratulations to everyone. We'll go out and select your Supreme Champion ewe.
Supreme Champion ewe is entry number 14 from the Corridale Show, Freeze, the yearling ewe, Cody Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Again, we want to remind you exhibitors that you will need a release form to get out of the grounds, a release form to get out. You do need to be out of the barn at least tonight so we can get this cleared and we can get the second half open in tomorrow.